Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Center for Architecture. I am Jacob Rydell. This is Andre Saluri. We are the co-chairs of the AI in New York Future of Practice Committee. And welcome to our half-day symposium on risk, subtitle, What Is It Worth? We'll keep the intros pretty short because we have a big, packed schedule today. But actually, is there a clicker? So I can, there it is. All right. But this is the chance, we'll just give a really quick introduction about the Future Practice Committee. So this is the part where I get to make a plug. There's a QR code here. If you have any interest in getting involved in the work of this committee, you can just hold up your phone. This will allow you to join the Slack group, which is where a lot of the action takes place. No pressure, but this is actually our third year. And what we're starting to see is a really wonderful flywheel effect where we've been getting a lot of committee members from practice who are getting involved in our events and programming. This is one of the events actually we really had one of our committee members, Robert Young, really take the lead in organizing. You'll be hearing more from Robert today. So this is, what we saw the point of this committee being is giving practitioners, students, interested parties, anyone who is interested in the future of practice an opportunity to really engage in critical discussions about that, but also to create programming for the public around the future of practice, answering questions, asking questions such as this. So I've now left this bit up here for a little bit. I saw some phones go up. That's great. We look forward to seeing you at perhaps our next meetings. We meet once a month, every month, on the first Wednesday of the month. So what does the Future Practice Committee do? Well, largely we've been organizing programming such as this. This has been asking questions such as, what is the value of architects? What are opportunities for agency in architectural practice? These have been, various formats, lectures, panel discussions. Today, we're actually experimenting with a very different format in this roundtable discussion format. But out of each of these discussions, one of the reasons, well, actually I should say also, we've also been looking at issues around technologies. Part of the history of the Future Practice Committee is that it originally was the Technology Committee. We actually combined the Technology Committee with this kind of additional program or scope to ask not just questions about how is technology changing practice, but larger structural questions around practice. So one of our first major events was looking, is it 3 years ago now, Andre? Was looking at AI. This has been the first when AI was really kind of exploding on the scene, particularly in practice. And it was one of the first almost full day symposia dedicated specifically to looking at how AI was changing architectural practice today. Recordings of that are still found online. People reference this still. But that just gives you a sense of the range of programming that we do. Quite a lot of programming looking at technology and its implications to practice, but also larger structural questions about practice. On that note, coming up, just mark your calendars. We actually have this Thursday, November 20th, we're going to have our first book talk. Scholar and author Aaron Kayer has a new book, which is fascinating. It's called Incorporating Architects, How American Architecture Became a Practice of Empire. It is ostensibly a history of AECOM, which many of you may be aware of, but it's really a study of how architectural, large-scale, massive-scale architectural practice came to be in the United States and what its implications have been, not just for the built environment in the US, but for the entire world. So that will be this Thursday night. I encourage anyone who's interested to come to that. It'll be here at the center. We also have our year-end AI symposium, December 13th. That will be another half-day symposium in the weekend, which is going to be looking at what we're calling AI plus A. This is about looking at AI's applications to architecture. And that will be a very big event, which is basically the culmination of a series we've been doing all year long, looking at our AI salons, looking at applications of AI to practice today. Now, I just would say to wrap up this intro part here, my kind of spiel about our programming. One question that has come up throughout all of these discussions, whether it be AI, agency, value, is this question, kind of this elephant in the room about risk, which is why we felt as a committee that it was vital to actually do a dedicated event looking specifically at this topic from multiple angles. So you can see in a way, this is the final chance to kind of bring together a lot of voices to look at this question that has been lingering in all these other programming events we've done so far, but which hasn't been actually addressed specifically. So with that, I think, Andre, I'll pass on.
Sure, thanks. So just in terms of our AI event, we're actually going to have a series of workshops, so it's a little bit different. So the AI for everyone is not just sort of a saying. The idea is that when you can register for one of the 3 or 4 different workshops. So if you haven't worked with AI, it's an opportunity to do that. If you have, there's going to be some vibe coding. There'll be a range of different levels so that the idea is to demystify it and sort of show you how to do it. You'll have to bring some laptops and things like that. So it's more of a hands-on approach and a combination of that as well as a wrap-up of what we've been doing throughout the whole year. So just before I get into everything, so we do have CEU credits for HSW. I believe there will be a sheet out on the table, I think, at each panel. So I believe at the end of each panel, you sign up for that. That's also for the panelists. If you want credits, you got to sign up for that too. So there should be, there's 3 different panels, and you can get 1.5 points for each, which is very helpful. So I just want to quickly thank the AIA New York staff for helping us. It takes a lot to put these things on, especially Suzanne and Salmata. We can't do it without you guys. And also Jacob up in AV, who is keeping all the tech running and working with us on this slightly unconventional setup, which hopefully you guys will like. I also really want to thank our committee members, especially Robert Young, who volunteered possibly without knowing how much is involved to take one of these things on. But I think for us as co-chairs, or there's 27 committees here at AIA. It's a lot of work to put these things on. And the first couple of years, Jacob and I did most of the events ourselves, which is a lot. But we're a relatively new committee, so as we've grown and we have members that become more engaged and interested in participating, it's super helpful in allowing us to do the programming. So just the fact that we have 3 events this quarter is big for us. The fact that we actually got one of our programs onto the paper printed calendar, getting this stuff out in advance is actually very hard to do. So these are the things that start to happen as the committees mature. So, thank you to Robert, as well as, a few of our committee members who have been especially engaged, Xenia and Nicholas and Santosh for posting at, he also helped publicize this at GSAP. I also want to thank our sponsor today, if I pronounce it right, Dendondic, okay, who I think works with you, the contractor that works on some of Robert's projects. So now I'm very happy to introduce Ryan Willard, who's going to be giving our introductory talk and kind of setting the stage. He is an architect originally from the UK and turned business consultant. I've actually known him since 2014. We met back in London, actually at a local business networking event in Hammersmith in London. And at that time, I had been going back and forth, and I was in London every month. So we had talked about collaborating and doing various things. And then over time, we kind of lost touch. And when a couple of years ago, when I started working with BOA, I didn't even quite make the connection at first, but so we reconnected basically through that. So Ryan is originally an architect, trained in the UK, and he worked for a number of notable UK firms, including Grimshaw and RSHP. And he also started his own practice. And it was when he was running his practice, as most of us, I think, learned the hard way, that we become very frustrated and confused with a lot of the challenges and stresses around running a practice, the financial issues. And he decided, as a result of that, to start interviewing successful architects and business leaders within the architecture, engineering, and construction industry. And that is now known as the Business of Architecture UK podcast. So he consults now for architects and architectural practices around the world as a partner at the Business of Architecture and the director of consulting there, where they have worked with over 300 firms, including mine, and they've developed something that they call the Smart Practice Method, where they teach clients about, I guess, kind of breaking off some of the things that we've been taught that of how you're supposed to practice, which don't work, which kind of hold us back. That's part of what I learned. That's part of why I'm doing this. And we're talking about risk is sort of embracing those challenges head on. That's also, at least for me, part of the thing with this committee is to talk about some of these issues and challenges that no one really wants to talk about in the profession. That's why we're talking about value, agency, risk, issues like that. So through their work, they are helping firms around the world break free of those issues, of those mindsets that are holding us back. And he's looking to basically create practices that are fulfilling, provide freedom and sort of exceptional sort of financial freedom as well. So as someone who has literally worked with hundreds of architects and firms, we are really excited to hear what he has to say, the patterns that he has seen, not just about risk, but about other issues, and also how risk can hold us back or also lead to innovation and value. If you haven't seen his podcast, I encourage all of you to do that. He also does it with Enix, and they speak to a really wide range of architects and professionals. Charlie has a podcast. That's why he's here. I was like, my God, we have to have Charlie. He's perfect. But it's really a huge range of really great people to hear about, which I think will help everyone. So with that, I just would like to welcome Ryan Willard, and thank you all for coming.
Thank you very much. Great. And for those of you standing, there are seats in the front. There are seats all over. I was just going to say, let's start off taking some risks. Closer at each other. And do you want that? Yeah. No. I've got no slides today. So could we all just move forward a little bit, because it'll make the round table much more intimate as well, and you can ask questions. Great. So thank you very much. That was very kind words there, Andre. So much appreciated. And as you can all tell, I am from the UK, and I very much enjoy being here in the US and talking with North American practices. And I just want to get a sense, actually, who is in the room? Who am I talking to? Please put your hand up if you are a firm owner. Great. Okay. Who here is an associate? Who here are the ones that actually do the work? Okay, great. So we've got a nice mix of the architectural world here, from business owners to team members to people who are aspiring to grow into leadership and partnership. Every architect that I've ever spoken to has a story of risk. Whether that's the story of how you started up your own business, any of you who are crazy enough to do that, seizure. You want me to hold it like that? What was the instruction, sorry? Use the mic. Use the mic, okay. So every architect has their risk story, whether it's starting a business or doing a risky project. I've heard so many stories of those projects where you shouldn't really have said yes to it, and then you do, and then it becomes massively a problem. There's your name, your reputation, time, money on the line. And of course, we've got a lot of risk that's increasingly being heaped onto the architecture industry from outside forces. Professional expectations, increased regulations, liability, timelines, working with crazy developers here in New York that want everything done yesterday. Increasing complexity of projects bears an enormous amount of risk. This makes our insurance premiums grow. This also makes profit margins much more difficult to manage, increasing the risk of actually engaging in architectural work at all. So it's not an unfair statement to say that architects are carrying an extraordinary amount of responsibility, and we're asked to manage this risk, basically manage the risk of other people, in many cases without the authority and without the adequate compensation. So risk is everywhere. Most of it in our profession is externally imposed, and it becomes expensive,
exhausting. And when it's out of our control, this is when it's very, very stressful. As a business consultant, I'm interested in risk. We look at risk, and I have to be engaged in conversations about avoiding risk, mitigating risk, and I need businesses to take risk. Without taking risk, that is a risk in itself. The external risks that are imposed on us, this increases the cost of delivering architecture. This lowers our profit. It creates a business model that in many cases has an inability to actually scale. Our cash flow, the cash flow cadence of a business, this is the heartbeat of an organization. This often becomes fragile. We're often leveraged by developers who here, just a show of hands, who knows, because no one wants to admit themselves, who knows or has heard a story of an architect who had a late payment? It's a classic, okay? This is something that we work with all the time with architects around the world as they're being leveraged by developers or clients who are not paying them. Those clients have taken their own financial risks, and for some reason, our profession is very agreeable to weighing in and carrying some of that risk without any of the reward. This has an increased pressure on fees, on our ability to negotiate. And of course, this has an impact on our team, overworking, underpaid. We become underpaid project managers. We become the risk absorbers in the building industry. Risk also kills creativity. There's a cognitive load that occurs when we're carrying so much risk. It becomes difficult for us to think with imagination when we're stressed out. Creativity in itself is viewed as a risk by developers, by our clients. Talent and burnout and turnover, this becomes expensive when we're having environments where risk is too much. Staff reluctance to take responsibility due to liability and anxiety. Again, we see this all the time. When I talk to business leaders, there's often a struggle, a challenge to have team members take on responsibility and ownership within their role as architects. There's risk. There's risk in taking responsibility. The risk is not clear. This, I think, around the world, we're seeing an exodus of young architects. It's becoming more and more difficult for people to go all the way through the profession. I had a client this year who had got themselves into a bit of a situation, and this wasn't what I recommended that they do. However, they had done some drawings. A younger team member had done some drawings, and very innocent mistake. The specification for a set of very expensive doors on some sort of fancy garage that they were designing didn't get changed. Those doors got ordered, and the wrong doors arrived on site, and the doors cost about 200 grand. Okay, the architect and the contractor felt like that was their responsibility, and they paid for the doors. So for a small architecture practice, they ended up spending 100K split with the contractor. Not what I would have advised to do, but that's another story. Okay, but it was a really heart-wrenching story to hear this unfold, and the pressure and the stress that these architects felt that it was on them for this simple mistake. External risk collapses us, and we think the developer and the client has all the power. We end up becoming highly agreeable, and we become yes men. Environmental risk crushes the very conditions that make architecture viable as a business and meaningful as a cultural practice. However, as I said, avoiding risk is also problematic. And avoiding risk can look like not taking innovation in design work, not being creative in your model of practice, not trying something new. But I actually see it more with people avoiding difficult conversations. Okay, the risk of getting rejected, the risk of picking up the phone and talking to a new client or a prospect, the risk of standing up on stage and saying something, the risk of putting out some social media content, the risk of marketing, selling, all these sorts of activities that are fundamental to a business. There's a little risk of getting rejected. Avoiding that is really, really detrimental. So the right risks, the entrepreneurial, the creative, the vertical, These are the risks that solve business problems, and they restore our profit margins, our agency, and our creativity. So the risks that we should be choosing: starting a business, enter that competition, reinvent your business model, to put out that social media content, expand your role. We'll see here later on today, architects have gone out of their lane. They've become developers, builders, entrepreneurs, contractors, architect developers, vertically integrated studios. I love this. This is the stuff that makes me super excited and is an enormous possibility for the entire profession. The right risks don't deplete us, they expand us. All the firms that I've interviewed on the podcast, small to global, exhibit the same pattern. Micro risks create momentum, courageous risks create breakthroughs, and avoided risks cause decline in a business. External risks drain, internal risks transforms. We must learn to tell the difference between the two, and where possible, reframe the external risk so that we have some agency. I'm going to talk about a couple of architects that have inspired me a lot over the years, who have had on the podcast, and some have been clients. There's an architect called Jo Cowan in London, and she took an enormous financial risk setting up her business. She was running her firm, two-man band outside of a bedroom up on the King's Road in Chelsea. And she was doing, to begin with, a lot of rear extensions. And she wanted to be working with developers. She was quite well connected. She had some of the clients that she'd been doing extensions for were wealthy, very wealthy. And she started up her own capital fund. Basically, she was very compelling in her conversations, and she encouraged her wealthy clients to invest money into a capital fund, which she then went and approached developers who were doing large-scale multifamily housing, build to rent in the southern parts of London. They looked at her immediately and said, well, you've never done this kind of work before at your practice, get out of here. She said, hold on a minute, I've got money. They said, really? She said, yes. And the way that she presented this was incredibly sophisticated. She spoke the language of the developer. She understood what their risks were. She understood how to communicate with them using their vocabulary. She was risky in terms of just that's such a ballsy move to do that. And she ended up winning her first project. She won over ahead of other architects who had much more experience than her. And this catapulted her business from 2 people to about 50 people within the space of 2 years. Quite extraordinary. She also started to structure some of her fees in a way that was deliberate and preemptive of the pinch points that developers have when they are raising funds. Again, risky, ballsy move, paid off. She's got a fantastic practice, and it's quite unheard of to see firms grow that fast. There's no shortage of architect developers, from Charlie here, Alloy in Dumbo, Jonathan Siegel in San Diego, and one of my favorites, you might not have heard of this guy, Roger Solojovic, who is in the UK. And he's an old geezer, what we say in England. And his starting point into development was he agreed to purchase a piece of land, got planning permission on this piece of land, sold the piece of land before the purchasing of the land was actually completed, and thus not needing to use any of his own money. What a fantastic, ballsy story. Took some risk. Okay. And again, now he is founder of Solid Space and one of the most successful architect developers in England. One of my own clients, Marina Rubina, she took a political and legal risk. She's an architect developer. She's based in Princeton. She runs an architectural studio. She has a portfolio of lovely houses as well. And she saw a development opportunity in Princeton where she felt that the municipality was not upholding their own laws and regulations for affordable housing. She tried to go to a number of developers to encourage them to try to get these kind of multifamily housing units built. And then with the idea being that they would deliberately get planning approval refused, and then they would take the municipality to court. Of course, developers being quite risk averse said, "You're crazy. I want nothing to do with that." She was like, I'm going to do it myself. She went and got a loan. She bought a piece of land. She did the designs. She got planning permission refused. She took Princeton municipality to court and she won. Amazing, amazing, amazing story. And as soon as she did that, she unlocked an entire new world for other developers in that area for affordable housing to be made. And now she's engaging in a political career, again, very risky for an architect to do. She's already been elected as municipal committee district key representative. She's going for town council next year, and her plan is to run for state governor in 2034. Pretty amazing. So, how do we move forward? Today, we're going to have a great conversation about risk. And my invitation is for you all to identify the risks that you've been avoiding in your practice, in your conversations, in your life, in your business, in your career, with your creativity. I invite you to take a micro risk today. Phone somebody, put some social media content out, start a conversation with somebody that you don't know, that you've never met before. Pitch something. Conversations are the easiest types of risk for us to take, and they make businesses. And listen today for the risk that calls your name. We're going to have an amazing set of panelists and groups here talking about inside practice, beyond practice, going beyond those traditional roles. And then my invitation finally is to commit to a future that is defined by courage and not caution. Thank you very much.
We're just going to take 5 minutes for the next first round.
Hello, I think we met yesterday. I'm Ben Caldwell from
Please. Yes. So that's beautiful pictures.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Well, we'll see how those go.
And you're involved in the specifications?
Yes.
Yes.
The word risk enters my mind about every 30 seconds.
Every 30 seconds. You said that.
It's quite a big deal.
In a good way.
Yes, you wake up and you start thinking about it.
He's put himself down here.
Oh, did he?
So I don't know.
Hello, hi, I'm Ben. Here we go. already said this to Josh, but was going to try to break from the format where I ask a question and we just go around in a circle and answer questions or directly ask the question of one of you, and you guys can ask questions of each other. Feel free to make it a conversation. Okay. I have all these questions. I'll probably get just one of them. Okay. You know, that would be a success.
But for the first one, we'll go around.
Yeah.
This is the one
That's
where it's
very-
couple slides.
Yes.
That first one.
Which slides
This
are
was
showing?
well, that's what we did.
Alright, so I would actually like to show all.
Uh-oh.
Do like, I have to do it.
I'll put mine away.
So but it just use it.
So what happened with me is I actually had some, we'll see,
Doesn't matter.
a decade ago. I thought were relevant. Right? So I, skipped them, and then I just started to add some stuff to it. When you said send in slides of your work, I just thought that the obvious answer you were looking for was slides of design for students, right?
And I thought that's really all I needed without the
That's
manager.
perfect. Okay.
Just wait for the question.
Because
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
what people really want to see on the screen.
Well, at the end of the day, we didn't actually get all the
Does this work? AV. Hello. So I guess we'll ready to start. We'll start the first panel. I'm Robert Young. I have been on this committee for I guess a couple of years now, and a little closer. Okay. This is literally my first, not literally my first rodeo. I've never been in a rodeo, but this is my first event of this kind that I've organized. Okay. All right. Right here. Right up. Okay. All right. I'll try to keep this right up here. So I've been on this committee for a couple of years now, and it's been a great experience to be a part of the committee and to help organize this event. So I'm just going to get right into this. In this conversation, we're going to be talking about how risk operates within the framework of architectural practice. And let me kick off with the acknowledgement that risk is a gigantic topic. We don't even really know what the word means. It reminds me of the definition of, I don't know if you've ever heard the definition of pornography. I know it when I see it. So that's about what we know about risk. And I'm going to assume that we all know what it is when we see it. And instead of focusing on defining it, we're going to focus on how we relate to it. I'm asking you questions about how we relate to it. And let me start with the observation that when we talk about risk, we tend to talk about an implicit stance that it should be minimized. That if it were possible, we'd eliminate it. And the central question of this event is, what is risk worth? And that suggests that risk has worth. It's not something that we should reduce to zero, even if we could. So today, I'm not going to ask you to share tips on how to avoid risk. I'm going to ask you how you work with risk. We often talk about risk in negative terms as an exposure to a potential loss. This tends to put us in a defensive crouch. We ignore the potential bad outcomes would be irresponsible. But to be guided primarily by risk avoidance is essentially passive. It's, as Ryan said, it's riskier to avoid risk than to lean into it. So I want to talk to each of you about how you incorporate risk into your practice and how do you lean into it. So we also talk about risk in financial terms, which has the advantage of being concrete and measurable. But most architects, I think it's fair to say, are not primarily driven by financial concerns. I'm guessing that applies to all of you at this table. We went to school, we were trained idealistically to try to make the world a better place. It can be through design, it can be through innovations, it can be through teaching, practice, you name it. There's a lot of different ways that you can try to do that. But financial concerns will always be a central part of it, but it's not the only one. It's not the only part of the risk-reward calculus that architects tend to focus on. So is there a better way to address that tension between quantifiable risks and rewards, from the aspirational ones? That's one of the questions I'd like to get into. So every project begins as an act of optimism, an idea that something new is possible. At the moment you start turning that idea into a building, the real negotiation begins between vision and reality, between aspiration and resistance. And that friction is fraught with risk. And it's also where architecture happens. So each one of these, each one of you at this table, in your own ways, leverage risk as an essential ingredient. So introducing the panel, that's not in order, but we'll just go this way. Ben, to my right, Ben Caldwell is the Director of Specifications at Bjarke Ingels Group, where he brings more than 3 decades of technical experience to projects around the world. Ben's a licensed architect in multiple states and serves on several national building standards and code committees. And he helps bridge design innovation with technical rigor. Louise Braverman, to my left, is the founding principal of Louise Braverman Architect, a studio known for creating architecture of art and conscience. A Yale grad, Louise's work spans from Portugal to Burundi to the Bronx, blending design excellence with sustainability and social purpose. Her projects have earned over 60 awards and have been featured in 7 Venice Biennales. Greg Garmisa is principal and general counsel at Studio Gang, where he helps guide the firm's collaborative and ethical approach to practice. With more than 35 years in law and policy, Greg brings a rare perspective to architecture, one he shares as a lecturer at Harvard's GSD. And Josh Ramus, there we go. FIA is a founding principal of Rex, where he's known for reshaping how buildings perform and adapt to the world around them. He's received the Marcus Prize and been named among Fast Company's most influential designers, and lectured at TED and universities including Yale, Harvard, and Columbia. Kim Yao is a partner at Architecture Research Office, ARO, the New York-based firm honored with the 2020 National AIA Firm Award, a former president of AIA New York. Kim has been recognized with the AIA New York Medal of Honor and is a leading voice for architecture's social and environmental responsibility. So I'm so excited to have this group here today, in part because each of you have demonstrated through your work what it means to harness risk and turn uncertainty into invention. So I have one more thing to say, which is more of a kind of a logistical thing. When we were organizing this event, we wanted this to be an informal conversation. That's why we set it up as a roundtable. There just happened to be quite a few people listening in. And that's why we decided to set this up. And we wanted to, break from the tradition of the moderator asking a question and then going around in a circle. So I'm going to encourage you all to ask questions of each other. You don't all have to answer every question. And I think we'll get a more substantial conversation if we hew to that. So let's get to it. I'm going to go through these slides, and you guys are going to respond to the prompt that we've given you in advance, which is the title of the event. What is the value of risk in architecture? Oops. Do that. So we're going to start with you, Ben. Sorry, I thought it was going to be you, but and it's
same microphone, or am I advancing? You're advancing.
You want to do it?
Go ahead. You can advance. Risk in architecture. What's the value of risk in architecture? Well, I think been stated already, but we'll do it again, which is with risk, with reward. If you're looking for great reward, you need some risk. A couple years ago, the firm, the Arca Ingalls Group, decided to take one would say a risky adventure and take 220 bigsters to the desert in Nevada to go to Burning Man. And not only that, try to house 220 people with something that we were building, but also build an amazingly complex structure, an orb in the desert, no matter what the conditions were. I'd like to say we did multiple mock-ups and we knew exactly what we were doing when we built this orb, but we did not. We took the risk, and I think a big risk, designing something that was pretty monumental to build very quickly in the desert as part of as really a statement piece for our office and for the Burning Man organization. Wildly successful. We brought everybody back home safely. We were asked several times by our council leading into this project, are we sure we want to do this? Are we sure we want to do this? We were mostly sure we wanted to do this. We did know it was a risk. I've never been to an event where you have to sign not one, but two waivers saying that you understand you actually could die. That is a risk. But the reward for this was immense. And I think we did get some nice publicity. But we also brought back 220 architects, designers that were unbelievably then committed to the process of design and build, and then to see that reward. We can flick through a couple more quickly and just like so here, back one just a sec. No matter the weather, we've got to get this orb up. So these are all bigsters, not in their daily outfits, but in the outfits of the day. Go ahead. We've got this orb that we now have to prop up. Go ahead. We now have to inflate this orb in the desert in the wind. Go ahead. And we managed to get this crazy object up in the desert very quickly. Go ahead, one more. And then one more. There we go. We've finished the week. The city is there. Our orb is proudly being displayed, and it was actually one of the most amazing experiences I've ever had. And I think unbelievably rewarding for our office.
Great. Thank you. Greg, this is just forgive me, it's not in order, but it's
don't have any slides, so I'll just take perfect. Okay, so this prompt about the value of risk actually reminded me of some remarks I delivered more than a decade ago, way before I had joined Studio Gang. And I have to give you the setting. So Jeannie had recently been awarded the MacArthur Genius Grant. She had completed the Aqua Tower, our first high-rise building in Chicago, and the Art Institute of Chicago was mounting an exhibition devoted to the early work of Studio Gang. And I was hosting a reception and tour of that exhibition, and I want to read to you some of the remarks, not all of them, but some of the remarks that I made when introducing Jeannie at that reception. Remember the old adage that Ginger Rogers matched every dance step of Fred Astaire, only backward and in high heels? With that in mind, I want you to think about two things while you hear from Jeannie and as we go through this exhibit. First, the overall construction industry is filled with horrible dancers. Second, and more seriously, while there are, of course, many clients who seek out the extraordinary, the default client, consultant, and contractor position includes a heavy dose of generic resistance to anything new, to anything that hasn't been done 1,000 times before. And it's in this environment that Jeannie and her band of married designers have gone meticulously about the business of rethinking how to design buildings, repurpose materials, and invigorate community, hopefully lightening our human footprint on the built and natural environments. I submit, not an easy task for anyone. But as we go through this exhibit, forget about Ginger. Maybe think instead that Jeannie's been playing professional football in those high heels and winning. Or, if you prefer, she's been flying through the air performing one of the most incredible high wire acts, almost always without the benefit of a safety net, which is pretty darn remarkable for any architect anywhere, especially when you consider that below her, there's mostly only snarling lions, an occasional clown, and the hard thud of hitting the earth. So, returning to the preliminary question, the prompt, the value of risk is reward. But the reward, as you pointed out, Robert, is not necessarily financial. Sometimes it's part of the equation, but the definition of reward is fluid. For Studio Gang, again, you were pointing about, for most architects, the paramount reward is contributing value of a lasting nature in the face of risk. And of course, there is a flip side. Value can also mean cost. And sometimes there are very real costs to risk. And in my role at the studio, I try to mitigate those risks. But it's always balanced and typically outweighed by the intended rewards being pursued. If that sounds confusing or imprecise, I'm sorry, but as you all probably know, this is not science, and it's all an ongoing experiment with fluctuating criteria and definitions of those terms. So I just want to close with this. One topic I hope we can explore today is how architects can, individually and collectively, accentuate in a positive way the different meanings of value and risk and reward.
We gotta find out who's next.
Oh, Josh, no, it's not.
Yours.
It's risky, yes. So I want to start with one of my favorite lines from an E. Cummings' introduction to one of his books of poetry. You and I wear the dangerous looseness of doom and find it becoming. So I want to start with asking the question, what happens if we don't find the dangerous looseness of doom becoming? What does it mean if we, the risk of not valuing risk? And I would argue that it's kind of the state that we're currently in and that we've ran into over the last 50 years. We're in the middle of an unnatural schism between the creative process. So in the world of architecture, we have architects who are now divided, or firms divided into design architects and architects of record. As individuals, we have architects divided into project architects and project managers. And all of these treat the creative process as though it's an unruly, petulant child that needs parenting. And I would argue that, so I'll also say I'm uncomfortable with the word risk because it automatically creates a kind of, it's like using the word socialist. It's kind of everyone all of a sudden jumps to sort of a fear mentality. I would just simply call risk creativity or ambition. And in our conversations, there are a number of ways I thought I might introduce what I could add, but I want to just talk about two ways in which we as a practice over the years have learned how to open up the space for creativity, if you want to open up the space for risk. And strangely, they're both a kind of strategy of reductionism. The first, and I'll say they both start out as a kind of predilection. And then over time, we realized that the predilection had value and it became intentional. And the first is that we reduce our projects to only a few clear ambitions. And we articulate them very clearly, and we engage the entire team, from the design team, the owner's team, the contracting team, to be able to articulate those few things with us. And I'll give one example. It's probably the project we're best known for, which is the Perlman. And the three immutables were the purity of the form, the translucency of the skin, and to be clear, it wasn't even the stone, just translucency of the skin, and then the reconfigurability of this kind of magical L of theater sitting on the interior of the building. That was it. And within the team, everyone knew that those were the immutables and that everything else in the project was fungible. And to illustrate the power of that, well, let me take a step back. When people in our studio, particularly the younger ones in our studio, are uncomfortable with this idea, I try to always remind them that if you hit the ball out of the park once, if you reinvent the wheel once, you will hit the ball out of the park. If you do it twice, it's an unprecedented project. If you do it three times, it's kind of an inconceivable achievement. And to give an anecdote of the power of this, similar project that opened around the same time, the Lindemann at Brown University, there was a moment in which I walked by and heard a sheetrocking subcontractor berating an electrician on the project because he was doing something that was in violation of one of the two immutable positions of the project. And so that allows us then to, these immutable things, actually to vastly increase their ambition. And the second is also a form of reductionism, which I'll just go to date myself if you don't know this reference. They're boxy, but they're good. We have a predilection of doing boxy buildings, right? And I always say it's between me and my therapist. But in time, we started to realize that this is a really profound strategy, that by doing this, what it means is that, for instance, if you're thinking about an enclosure system, instead of having a more gregarious design, instead of having 150 details, we'll have an enclosure with 15. And that allows us to maximize the use of repetition, allows us to greatly increase the ambition of the few things that we are doing, and to, delight in what we have started to call in the practice is phenomena over form. And that in both of those instances, this idea of consolidation allows us to greatly amp up the level of risk, ambition, creativity, or whatever you want to call it.
Fantastic. Actually, keep the mic.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the question was, what it's risk worth in architecture, right? Something like that. How do you value risk? Oh, these are not the right slides, but we're going to use them. Actually, that's okay. That's totally fine. So first, we'll just use them anyways. These are 3 projects, but it's different. So the first thing I wanted to talk about was embracing risk. Like, I think in our practice, we try very hard to engage a wide range in project typologies. We integrate applied research. It's kind of foundational into how we work. We think about architectural challenges and problems across scales, and we do we enact R&D in the office as a means to test ideas ourselves before we can then try to utilize them or apply them within projects more broadly. So this testing, ideation, creativity, we're actively trying to embrace risk in ways that we can kind of control, and in order to then enact those ideas in other places. And part of that is just situated within a broader context of loving what we do and wanting to keep learning and wanting to do firsts all the time. We often have projects that are firsts. We have a lot of different kinds of work that we do. And often we're doing things that we haven't done before, typologically, or in terms of the site or the context or the client, potentially. So that's a really important idea for us. Imagine a slide with lots of different things on it. It's totally fine. This is a house. And then process. My second point was about hedging risk. How do we control or manage risk in a process? And for us, our firm is actually pretty risk averse, I would say, at moments around certain ideas, not necessarily design ideas, but those big questions about who you work with, what projects you take on, how you allocate resources. And we are deliberative in our decision making. So one of the ways that we hedge risk from a process standpoint, we as architects can, try to control everything. But one of the things we evolve and refine is design processes, right? How we are working and how we're engaging our clients and how we're kind of coming up with like the great ideas that are going to be enacted in the project. So we have a process we go through that's very much about learning, knowing, investigating, analyzing, really trying to understand all of the parameters that inform a project so that we can really do our best work. And doing our best work for us is about eliminating risk, right? Eliminating the risk of the project being a failure, eliminating the risk of the project not getting built, kind of always trying to minimize risk in that particular context because we're trying to have the most successful project possible within the kind of terms that we've established. And then finally, different image here. This is another project. This is Dia. What we do takes a lot of time. So what we all do takes a lot of time. And any project, when you start it, it could be a 2-year endeavor or a 12-year endeavor. And increasingly, many projects we take on are on the larger end of that spectrum. And so from a business standpoint, time is both, can be our enemy. And we are constantly managing risk from the standpoint of who do we want to work with? What are they asking us to do? This was actually, I think, Ryan, you touched on some of these issues of the kind of specialization and complexity in our work. Do we want to partner with somebody and be the design architect and let them take on a different kind of risk? Are we risking the caliber and quality of the design execution in the project by doing that? Like all of these questions go into every single project that gets considered in the office and that we decide if we're even going to pursue, let alone take on if we get the award. So I think thinking about the choices, there's many choices you're making along the way from the very outset, help us manage the process and try to control that the resource management basically and the time and essentially money that's going into any endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll find out.
Okay, so risk, what is it worth? That's the question here. I believe it's worth, I believe that it's worth a lot. I mean, I entered the field of architecture, with a real interest in contemporary art, and it was clearly amplified by an aesthetic, entrepreneurial spirit. But I knew literally nothing about the day-to-day of what architecture was about. So in talking here today, I was thinking, what does it mean to be entrepreneurial? So I looked it up in the dictionary. And it said it's a mindset of thinking differently about each project, being innovative, creative, resourceful, adaptable, and flexible. Okay, that sounds good. I like that. But when this is applied to architecture, what does it do? It creates a wonderful human spirit if done well, but due to the complexity of the construction process, it also presents intrinsic risk that I feel we must all address. And I'm very interested in a lot of the points that were made before me, my talking. I'm glad I came last. And so, because I think you have to do certain things from day one on a project to mitigate risk without losing the uniqueness or specialness or spiritedness of a project. And the first one, being that I started out not knowing much about construction at all when I started, was to integrate the craft of construction from day one in your projects. And this is kind of a concrete thing. And I learned this the hard way because I was lucky enough to start doing an affordable housing project here on 17th Street in Manhattan, and that was great. And then I learned that the client basically said to me, okay, you can do sort of whatever you want, but just come in on time and on budget, which I said, no problem. And we went and took a crash course in construction, stayed up late at night, and lo and behold, we came in on time and on budget. But while we did that, we made an effort to understand what is it about this project that speaks to a home for whomever was living in it, and never to let that go. And I remember, and this was a long time ago, that speaking about this project right here in the Center for Architecture as an example of affordable housing. So there you go. I mean, so learning and incorporating construction is imperative. So second thing I would recommend, and this is really important, is to collaborate with your clients. Maybe because, of the type of firm we are, we have, I don't know, I love our clients. We really end up with some very special people. And if you look at the project here on the top, that was a museum that we did in the north of Portugal called Centro de Artes Nadir Afonso. And I remember going to the site with our client in Portugal and realizing there was this enormous hill sitting on the side, and the hill was on one side was a very residential area, and on the other side was this very tiny town, which had one public building, a municipal building across the street, and realized that we had an opportunity to connect those two spaces by putting a green roof on top of the exhibition space that leveled the whole hill out. Well, I thought about that, and I was walking around the hilly site in boots with my client, and I sort of raised the idea to her. I said, maybe this would be a sort of interesting idea. And I was very pleasantly surprised. She said, yeah, huh? Okay. And at that point, we ended up building the museum that you can see on the top. It had a green roof park, but not only that, it became further amplified when she engaged with us and collaborated with us and said, well, why don't we put the artwork of Nadir Afonso on that green roof park? I said, cool, let's do it, and that was because we were a team, and that was a wonderful experience that I think basically mitigates risk because you're doing this thing together. And then my third point, and these are probably a little more practical than some of the things you've heard, is embrace the building code. And that, we've worked in a lot of countries, and there's a code everywhere, or a way of doing things everywhere. And I think the code makes a lot of sense. So this is on the lower part of the screen is the Dörfner Judaica Museum, which was a museum located in a home for the elderly in the Bronx. And I remember studying the ADA code because our clients here were between 70 and 100 years old. Most of them couldn't hear very well, couldn't see very well, and were in wheelchairs, to be frank about it. So I remember taking my field trip to MoMA and looking at the display and thinking about what is this like. And I realized none of these people could enjoy the art here and become involved because they couldn't get up close enough to it in order to engage. So long story short, we made a design. We worked on it as a team with our client that we called it more than ADA compliant. We cantilevered the display shelves on purpose so those in a chair could actually roll up underneath it and get a sense of what this art was all about. It's been a remarkable process, again, very collaborative with the client, and it's become a multi-generation spot. The young and the old all come here together. And that's because, and we started with the code. I mean, it's pretty basic. And I would recommend these 3 points to start from day one. Put them in. That doesn't mean these are not too mundane to incorporate with ideas that may be very out there. So is risk worth it? Definitely, at least if you're an entrepreneurial spirit like me. But there's only one way to do it, and that's if the risk is mitigated by some of these ideas that I've discussed.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you all for responding to the question. So I'm just going to start with, I've got like way too many questions here, but I'm just going to start with one that I think will kick things off well, which I call strong innovative partie. So architects are trained to pursue conceptual clarity. A great building has a strong and innovative partie, at least that's what we're taught in school. But more often than not, a building manifests a clear and bold concept is probably not a conventional building. It's not built in a conventional way. It likely pushes against or even past known limits or outmoded conventions, and sometimes even common sense, as it might seem at the time anyway. So I'm not talking about form making, I'm talking more about the organizational structure of the building, the actual physical structure, the engineering, the materials, the technology. So my question, and maybe I'll start with you, Josh, as we talked a little bit about this. Your projects often start from a bold, clear concept. You were saying, very much reduced to its sort of essential 2 or 3 points. Clear conceptual framework that drives everything that follows. Do you ever find that the clarity of your concepts requires pushing beyond current conventions? Do you always find ways to achieve bold results within conventional construction methods, or do you find other ways?
Let me take a step back first and say that we believe in what we call in the office productively losing control. So when we say we have a strong partie, actually we don't say it that way. But if we were, we would talk about the underlying issues that we're addressing and the positions we've taken on them. We don't talk about the architectural manifestation. And the architectural manifestation then is found through productively losing control. Meaning we don't have an idea of the architectural conclusion that we go to our consultant team and everyone around us to figure out how do we build that. We go to them with the position and we use them to try to help us figure out what would be the appropriate architectural manifestation. I can actually use the Perlman as a good example of that, and that I think most people assume that the enclosure is something that came from the original image. Like we had an image of the building. In fact, all we had was this notion of translucency. And full disclosure, I went to Yale. It's absolutely a reference to Beinecke. And we sat down in the initial days of the competition with Mark Simmons, the facade consultant that we've worked on pretty much all of our work, and almost immediately started to talk about how could we take an idea like this that presumably would be impossible from an economic standpoint and drive it into a space where it will not be cheap, but it could at least be efficient. And that led to a solution in which we optimized both the procurement of the stone and the procurement of the glass, the 5 foot by 3 foot module of the sort of pixels on the building. That's about optimizing the stone. That's a dimension that reduces the numbers of handlers and unions across the world. It's also, so you can reduce the size of the blocks, you reduce the size of the pieces that you have cut from the blocks and so forth. It's a dimension that can be easily laminated. That's a very inefficient dimension in terms of a facade system, but a 5 foot by 3 foot module can be ganged 4 vertically, and that starts to look like an absolute bog standard um, unitized curtain wall. Right? That you have a 5 foot by 12 foot panel that looks like any kind of facade panel on any building on the planet. We didn't know where the optimization exercises would take us, but it took us to where we got, and that's what I mean by productively losing control.
Got it. Thank you. Do you ever find that you have to reevaluate your initial conceptual framework because there's, or is it just? Yeah.
So it's funny because this is literally, I'm doing a studio this semester, and this is literally what we're talking about in the studio, because I'm asking them to do this really kind of pedantic thing of every time they meet with anyone, they have to say, this is the issue, this is the position, and this is the architectural manifestation. And I keep trying to remind them that that in the end, when they have when they reach the conclusion of this productively losing control, which of course is difficult for a student to do because they're not surrounded by a consultant team, et cetera. But in our experience, their ability to articulate that narrative is when and it works, is when you're actually probably getting close to being done. And until you can articulate that narrative, you probably aren't done. And I remind them that it's not linear, that sometimes they might even have this really strong intuition about the architectural manifestation. And they have to work upstream to kind of do an archaeology as to what it is that seems to somehow be working in the brain that might be the issue in the position and so forth. And then they'll have to work back down. And now that they can articulate the position, they have to work back downstream and change the manifestation, because now they actually can articulate it and they realize, well, this was close, but it wasn't totally right, and so forth. And then they're always moving up and back along this until it sort of congeals into a really clear narrative. And we do honestly believe that until we can do that, that we're not done. So sometimes we'll have projects that maybe people next year will go, well, that's really interesting, nice, beautiful, what they're going to say, and we'll trash it because we can't clearly articulate that argument.
Kim, your work is, I think of it as being having a very strong conceptual framework to it. It has clarity to the end result. Can you talk a little bit about how you get there?
I think, sure. I was thinking, Robert, in your question and Josh, in your response, that your the notion of like the 3 points, or the kind of distilling down to 3 primary ideas or goals, or whatever the right noun is a strategy. And I think, and it's a strategy that helps govern the process, and helps maybe not govern, but inform how you get effective decision making from an owner or a client or a community, or get engagement from a community. So in our work, I think the strategy part is really important, like a really clear, innovative idea or intuition or party or approach to a project. If it aligns with a strategic approach that feels effortless and that the client or community can buy into, it can help with bringing everyone to the place you want them to get to with what the project is doing. So I think that, like, to me, when you talk about it, to me, I interpret that as like that's a means towards, it's a productive means towards an end of guiding what is a really complex process of many thousands of decisions that happen as we move through the design of a building or a space. So I don't know if that exactly answers your question, Robert, but I think that if you have like the clarity of vision and the ability, we talk about principles, so it's not exactly the same as what you're saying, Josh, but it's a way of bringing everyone around, like, here's what we're trying to achieve in the project. I was interested because when you talked about the Perlman, those ideas were formal, spatial, like ones that had, attributes that are represented in the building. And many times our principles are relational. they're more abstract, less. So I think that's kind of just an interesting takeaway for me. But the principles are a strategic thing, right? The principles are about like, I heard you all talk about this, like Louise, when you talk about talking to your client and partnering with your client, like I heard everyone say these things. And so here are the things we're all saying are really important in the project. And this is now what we're trying to do with the design, and the design, innovative, conceptual, like whatever it is, contextual, relating to historic buildings, totally new, can do that effectively because we're hitting all those points and we're trying to kind of uphold those principles.
Yeah, please.
Just jump on that reference, Kim, that you made to something that Louise mentioned in her remarks about that relationship with the client. And maintaining that strong relationship with the client. So I want to share this observation with folks here. As an attorney, my responsibility is to try and remove some of the risk from the equation so that you can all focus on what it is that you truly are, what you want to do. But there's no substitute for that client relationship with respect to a contract. I mean, I cannot draft a contract that's going to protect you. But if you develop and maintain a strong relationship with your client, that's better than any contract that the best attorney in the land can draft for you. That said, when the economy turns to crap, or the project goes south for reasons that are beyond our control, that tends to remove that goodwill from the equation to a certain extent, because of the broader factors of someone having to belly up to the bar to pay for a problem that's emerged in a project. That relationship then takes a back seat to who's going to pay. So I don't bring up the bad news to say that's the overriding consideration. I just want you all to focus on what Kim just alluded to and what Louise started with, which is the importance of maintaining that relationship with your client to reduce the risk in the project so you can focus on the creative outcome that you want to.
I'm going to spin on. So
Yeah.
two tools to keeping a strong relationship with your client. One will maybe seem antithetical to ambition, but never want it more than your client. Right? The moment you want it more than the client, you're in a really weak position. So part of what you need to do is to put something that is so alchemic, so meets their needs in such an unusual and ambitious way that they want it more than you do. And again, I'll use an example from the Perlman. We actually presented in the competition not only the stone enclosure, but we also, I won't say what it is, but we also presented an also very unusual facade system, but that didn't have any quote risk baked into it. And because we were told, and we said to them, we will carry them both at our own cost. Well, we'll carry the alternate at our own cost. And we just kept presenting it every time we presented, to the point they were finally like, we don't want to talk about that other one. And we're like, no, we're going to keep talking. And in the competition, we showed them, these are the moments, these are the things that you need to do along the way, the tests, the hurdles, and so forth. And the moment we don't pass those, we need to go to the alternate design. And at some point, they got anxious and angry about our introducing that, and they quashed it. And the other is that it may sound strange, but we are often, not intentionally, but we don't shy away from being very strident in our contract and fee negotiations. And we do that, one, to protect ourselves, but and I'll be honest, I do those things to myself as much as we have a great relationship with an attorney, because inevitably there will be a moment in which the client will say something and I'm the only one who can respond. And that thing that they say is, I'm starting to think you might be difficult to work with. And I say, well, that's interesting, because right now I don't have a fiduciary responsibility to you. Right now I have an interest in my own. And the moment we sign on the dotted line, I will have a fiduciary responsibility to you. So who do you want to have protect you? The person who doesn't look out for their own interest, or the person who does, when their fiduciary responsibility is just to their own people? That were my two thoughts.
Well, so I promise I'll be quiet and shut up, but I just have to respond to the two things you said. Number one, I have used that same line myself in my negotiations. And going back to his first point about not wanting it more than the client does, I have to ask everyone to put this on your watch list. It's a movie called, believe it or not, The Architect. And it is entirely about that topic of wanting it more than the client. And it's a movie that was actually written, directed, and produced by a buddy of mine from my freshman dorm, The Architect.
I just, one of the joys for me and sort of opening up my thinking about risk is actually working at the Bjarke Ingels Group, where the mothership is in Denmark. And lawyers are different in Denmark. The partnership has arrived in the United States with a European, with a Danish point of view. And it's been very eye-opening. And I think it's been great for our design team we think about risk differently. In Denmark, if you make a mistake, you say, oops, and you fix it. There's rarely a oh, don't fix it, don't tell anybody, let's see if anybody trips. And then the lawyer becomes involved later when it becomes really, really expensive. And so it's actually opened up and freed up the design process. The sort of, it reduces our worry about risk, though we still have to worry about risk because we are actually practicing in the United States, of course, but it's been very eye-opening.
I really like what you said, and particularly about looking at things early. I mean, we've worked in different countries, and I know exactly what you're talking about in Europe. It's a pleasure to work there. But I think you can broaden that and amplify that. And for example, before we even start working with our consultants, we sort of put in a structural system and try to figure out how we're going to make this net zero. And getting to the point that you mentioned, Josh, that, is how do you get it set up that you don't have any problems down the pike? So we're not engineers, but if you kind of know a lot about this and have done these net zero buildings, you start thinking, okay, we did it over here, but can we get it engaged here? And then we go to the engineer and they say, oh, this looks interesting. You see what I mean? And it's sort of, you can deal with problems in that way early, or you can deal with design that way early. And you keep making it so, I think, as much as you can, so you can't lose the major idea because the mechanical system doesn't work, or this doesn't work, or that. They're not isolated parts. The earlier, the better on everything. Especially in design, and especially, I think, if you're trying to do something that might be a little more atypical, and because it's appropriate for whatever you're doing.
Thank you. I want to pivot a little bit to an idea that's another kind of risk, at least I think it is, authenticity, which is a word is having a little bit of a moment right now. It's nebulous and aspirational and buzzy, danger of losing its meaning. But we talk a lot about it, at least, I find myself in conversations a lot about it. But like risk, it's hard to define. We know it when we see it. In my practice, we tend to talk about materials and tectonic integrity, using real materials versus synthetic ones, thin veneers which wear over time, real materials, weather, they change, they show their time on this earth, and they become beautiful and meaningful if you think of it that way. But also, you could say they don't perform as well. the synthetic material and kind of the world we live in, it seems to be getting more synthetic, more of a representation of our idea of what's real in some ways. Things that are perfect are not, as soulful and meaningful in some ways. So I guess the question, it's a little bit hard to work into a good question, but do you think it's risky? Do you find it risky? I mean, actually, Bjarke talks a lot about materiality and weathering and changes over time. And then do you find yourself in a difficult position of specifying and needing to meet a performance standard that, might be at odds?
No. And, okay. And I would also argue that and slightly veering off risk, but the notion that these new modern plastics that look like the authentic material are performing better. How are we judging that better performance? Are we judging that just because we can get a warranty of that product on the building and thus reduce that risk? Or do we actually need to push back and say that material, sure, it's got better warranty, but the negative impact of that material leading up to its placement on our building has been so detrimental that we really can't just let that be our only, its existence on our building can't be the only thing we judge whether it's risky or not.
I think also, sorry, that obviously material choices and systems choices can sometimes be influenced by the risk capacity of your client or your owner and the longevity of the project and the building that they're imagining. So, but I do think, fortunately, and I think we probably all are experiencing this, our clients and people in general and our friends and peers who are not architects are increasingly aware of the environmental kind of impacts of building and the health impacts of chemical content and our choices and materials that we integrate into projects. So starting to talk early about priorities around material health and embodied energy and sort of environmental footprint helps with the perceived risk taking maybe on a client's part by saying, oh, you know what, we kind of just want to use like wood shingles, not whatever. We want to do something that's like less treated or has gone through less processing, and it's actually going to be easier for you to maintain. But a lot of that is like, so, it's back to your point, Greg, about the importance of the client relationship, and that kind of conversation is building knowledge and trust in our expertise to help guide, like, again, good decision making.
It seems like a consistent theme is the relationships that you have with clients and with everybody. That's a kind of, it allows there to be a necessary dialogue, that is a risk mitigator in its own way.
And also with the contractor.
Right?
Yeah. Let's not forget them. I mean, there are lots of jokes that we sometimes make about our colleagues. Oh, thank you. We sometimes make jokes about our colleagues on the construction side, but maintaining relationships with those folks is of vital importance. So that shouldn't be discounted either.
Everyone needs to be louder. Probably including myself, I'm sure.
I don't know if this is the right time to introduce this kind of idea, but we've recently completed a project using IPD, which everyone doesn't know what that is, integrated project delivery, in which owner, architect, and contractor basically get into bed prior to design. So everyone's at the table from the outset, and you sign a collective agreement in which each of your ideas of value are sort of baked into that. And ostensibly, no one can sue each other. And this was a model that was developed originally, I believe, by the Norwegians when they were first creating these oil derricks, these kind of floating things out in the North Sea that no one knew if they could even be done. And so no one wanted to become the contractor, designer or contractor for these things. And so they had to create a model that would allow people to basically eliminate kind of standard kinds of risk because no one could guarantee they could be completed. But it's a super interesting model in that everyone is at the table from the outset. You're not doing a full construction document set. You're sort of doing construction document light. The notion is that everything's directed towards lean principles. So why do a complete construction document set if, in fact, the contractor was helping you create the detail and in theory they can't sue you and so forth. The only thing I will say is it's still such a kind of novel model, regardless of how intelligent it is, that when things do stress the system, it's strange. Everyone will revert back to a conventional attitude of we're in an antagonistic relationship, at which point that model falls apart completely.
Did the model fall apart for you in your job?
Well, it got stressed, and I'll give an interesting example of how it got stressed. The whole idea of one of the underlying ideas of underlying ideas of IPD is that your profit as both the design team and the contractor are at risk, but your direct expenses are not. So if a project starts to go over budget, that overage takes away your profit margin to zero. But the moment you get to zero, it doesn't start eating into your direct expenses. Then it starts to actually come at the owner's expense, right? So you can never lose money. You literally, your direct personnel expenses and your overhead are always covered. Well, what happened in COVID is that for the first time, and the IPD contract can't imagine this scenario. Well, all of a sudden there was an incentive for people to drag their feet and just park people in the project forever, because they didn't know what the future was going to do. So if we have sheetrock guys who are just going to sit there and go like this fast, just to keep them on the job for the next 8 months so they don't get fired and don't lose it, whatever. And so it put the system, it stressed the system in a way that the contract never occurred. People would have the interest of, why would you ever want to park huge amounts of staff in a job where they have no profit? Well, because there's no profit to be found anywhere else in the world. And so, yeah, there were moments in which it began to really fall apart, and people became really abrasive, and the whole model doesn't know how to do it.
And did it ever go back to a good situation?
It did, and the project, we used the model. It was for Brown University. Brown has really been working and experimenting with this model. We were not the first project, but in some ways I think we were the best project to date, because we were doing a performing arts center that was highly automated and had no precedent. And therefore, just having the theatrical, not just the theater consultant, but their subs who would actually build this mechanization, have them in the room from day one and having them discussing with the contractor issues of tolerance and issues of construction sequence and everything else, is what made it possible. And that's really where that is, going back to this idea of the oil derricks. That's really where the model was conceived to be able to deliver. So with COVID aside, it was very productive.
I think one of the things that's interesting or ironic about like design build or progressive design build or integrated project delivery, having also done projects in that kind of contract model, is that it still comes back to relationships, like we're saying, like having like trust and being able to all be on that same team, and having open dialogue in this particular instance, like between the owner and the contractor and the architect. And if that collaboration isn't really profound and isn't emphasized by the owner, then it's very easy to slip into the old models of how people more traditionally work contractually from a delivery standpoint. So that's one thing, which is just sort of reinforcing the same point. But the thing I find really interesting is and not every client is an educated like Brown or some university clients who do a lot of design build or integrated project delivery. Not every client is as adept at it as others. And so the irony in terms of the promise of design build is there are a lot of architects who don't want to do design build or who are afraid of doing design build because our traditional place is more oppositional with the contractor, and our traditional place leads us to a point of questioning, well, why do I want to be on the contractors team when they're just gonna gut the project, and now I am like just, have no agency and no authority to kind of inform that process and those decisions. We've had really good design build experiences, but we've had them with intelligent owners. So I think it's.
Can I ask why the contractor has to be such a problem? I mean, maybe there should be a selection process to find some better contractors who are not,
I agree. I'm not, when I say that, I'm saying more kind of like, how our peers and architects often talk about the dynamic between the architect and the general contractor or the construction manager. Like in our practice, we don't have combative relationships with the construction managers or the general contractors, regardless of the project delivery model, or we try not to, because it's, we're all collaborating and we're all trying to get the best building possible. And a combative relationship doesn't allow us to learn from what they bring to the table, and it doesn't, get to the best place for the owner, I don't think. Obviously, there's moments that are stress points where channels become more challenging, but our goal is, I think there's amazing contractors and collaborators that we've worked with. So I that was more of a typical stereotypical comment that I made, but I've had many conversations here where people are very afraid of design build for those reasons.
I think this is going to be so the next roundtable is going to be getting into that, and I think it should be really interesting to talk about that in the wrap up afterwards, or kind of can pull some of those conversations together.
Can I just
yeah,
add
please.
On to that just
Yeah.
very briefly? Don't hold it. Don't hold it. I got it. Thank you. Thank you, Jacob. So, I think there is traditional reticence about the design build context when it is contractor-led design build, where the architect becomes a sub of the contractor and the contractor treats the architect like they are a subcontractor as opposed to a professional. But this afternoon's panel is going to be looking at architect-led design build, which is an entirely different animal. And that one, I think, really has more of a future potential for us to be considering professionally as a positive way forward.
This is a complete twist on this. We're not talking about contracts, because you said something early when you were introducing our group, which is that we do this for love, that we are architects because we love doing what we do, and we tend to not worry about money. And I think that's a risk, that we are losing the younger staff now because of that attitude, because of the attitude that you guys are all join our firm. We're going to make beautiful buildings. Don't worry about pay. That's a huge risk to our profession moving forward. And I wonder. I know that's completely off topic. We're just talking.
It's not completely off topic.
Yeah.
Bring it in.
I would love to believe in both love and profit. Like, I think we should be able to love what we do and make a profit, and not have our profits like pressured down and down and down as they have been pretty much since 2008, with the complexity of all the work increasing and clients asking for more and more, and for us to take on more risk and do more work without equitable compensation. So I think your point, Ben, is exactly right. I mean, there is a part of what we do, the creative process, that is passionate and not calculating all the time, and not perfect, and sometimes messy, and not always the best management of resources, et cetera, et cetera. But like in an ideal world, we should be making the profit we deserve and paying our teams and our consultants and our collaborators. Everybody should be making enough money to have a reasonable way of life, right? And it's very hard in New York for our, teams.
100%. And one of the things I was trying to get at there was the idea that it's not the only thing, and it's the financial part is the not the easiest to quantify, but it's possible to quantify it, and it tends to be the language of clients and kind of the business community, for lack of a better way to put it, but it's something that's quantifiable. But the risks that we're talking about today are sometimes, the risks of reputation, risks of, we care a lot about what we do and want it to be good work. Now, that's not really quantifiable exactly, but it's at risk if we don't pay attention to it, if we get into a situation with a client maybe who's not aligned with us, whose values are not aligned with our values. That's a very risky thing to get into. And you brought up that earlier, this idea that the process of just deciding whether to go for a project in the first place, to acquire the project or to bid for it, or whatever process you go through, is kind of a process of managing your risk. And that all kind of ties back together in a way.
How do you work with clients who are not aligned with your values? I mean, how does that
sometimes
happen?
you don't find out.
You don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, right. I mean, usually you get if you have an intuitive sense about this, fairly early you realize this is not going to work, and I tail out of there. That's what I would say, before you get engaged in these not so great situations.
We have certain sticking points in our contractual process. We know yes. There's this anecdote, who knows if it's real or not, about Van Halen and the green M&Ms. Anyone know this? That there's this. Yeah. I don't know if it's real or not, but there's a rumor that they put in their riders about in their dressing rooms. Someone had to remove all the green M&Ms. There had to be a bowl. There couldn't be any green M&Ms. And that became notorious for this idea, and people thought that they were divas and so forth. And then at one point, Eddie Van Halen said, "Well, we've got all these pyrotechnics, we've got all this sophisticated stuff, and they're like, what does that have to do with the green M&Ms?" And like, well, if we walk into the dressing room, we don't see the green M&Ms. What else did they miss? So it was just a litmus test. And I give that anecdote because we have certain litmus tests in our contract negotiation. I keep looking at you whenever I say contract. That if a client won't acknowledge our position, we walk. Period. And one of them has to do with ownership of IP. We will not do a project in which we own the IP. And our IP language that we provide to a client is incredibly fair to the client. Gives them everything that they could possibly want. Yep. But if they won't accept that language, we will say to them point blank, that means you have some preternatural desire to hurt us, because we've given you a document in which everything you could possibly want is held in there. We don't exert moral rights. You have the right to use the license to change the project after it's completed and so forth. There's nothing you could possibly want. The fact you want what is mine means you're not a person I want to deal with.
So I love that you have that litmus test, but I don't go so far as to say, but I don't want to work with you. You as the owner of the business can do that, right? And I applaud you for taking that position. And there are a few that are red lines, and I certainly understand that one. Yeah.
And I think I love this part of the conversations. It's great. And Louise, you're right. We are really careful about who we choose to work with, because there's only so many projects that you can take on simultaneously, and you want to be doing your best work for the best clients. But to evaluate that, there's all these different ways that work comes into our offices, right? There's all these different ways that you start to pursue a project, and sometimes the client is, you're getting this RFQ or RFP through a middle person, right? A middle person, or an owner's rep or an agent or something, and you don't know the client, and you're actually responding, and you don't have the opportunity to meet the client before you respond, other than through our arduous process of Q&A and everything. So we have a checklist essentially of where we do a little research and try to evaluate and understand who they are, what their values are. Are they a good player or not? Do we know anyone who knows them? Is there anybody who's going to advocate for us? Like, so we can decide two things. Is this a client we actually want to work for, first and most importantly? And secondly, is this a client who's going to want to work with us? Is this a client who's going to, what are our odds or chances? Like, how are we situated to pursue this project? Because just pursuing the project is a huge, expense in terms of resources. So you don't want to pursue everything, even if you potentially, because if you think there's no way you're going to get it, back to risk, we may not want to risk the resources and the energy there when we'd like to spend it over here. So, but in any case, hopefully when you get to the point where you're through the contract negotiation, you're aligned, right? And so you don't have that issue. And that's, I think, what we all aspire to, but we have to kind of go through a process of getting to know them to figure that out. That's all.
It's like a dating.
Definitely a little bit like dating. But you're not allowed to talk. So it's kind of like a little screwed up.
I'm not sure it's dating, and that it's an unnatural dating, which it's like is that funny?
How about a friendship? Friendship relationship.
Because you're starting the dating, and yet you have to have, a healthy family is one who can have really hard conversations. And so you don't have really hard conversations normally when you start dating. But this is in a natural scenario in which when you start dating, you sit down and you have the really hard conversations. And that's why I said, usually that's a moment in which a client goes, "Oh, I think you're going to be difficult to work with." And we're like, "Okay, but this is the moment we find out if we can work together. If we can get through this, frankly, probably we'll put the contract in a drawer and never look at it again. But if we don't have these conversations, that's when I'm sure we're all going to be checking the contract."
Well, this has been amazing, and I want to make sure we leave time. We got 15 minutes or so to take questions from the audience. Yeah, you want to take over the?
Yeah, I'll help. So everyone be thinking of your questions while I fill the gap. No, to give you time, and also, so we have 15 minutes, and we have a little bit of float, I think, into the break period. So we've gone a little bit over with the conversation, but you all shouldn't hold back. If folks have questions, that's why we did this in the round, so people could engage. I'll start that off with that preamble. I guess something I'm very curious about when it comes to any conversations around practice is actually bringing it down to the day-to-day things we do as designers and architects, and using those as ways of actually figuring out where practice is going. So for this context, should have shown a slide, but for a recent issue of Harvard Design Magazine, we co-edited, we did a research piece that looked just at the size of drawing sets, of CD sets, from Harvard's collections, going back to the 1700s, because we could get access to them. We saw, a 1780 project, an 1820s project, all the way up to the 2010s. And we just wanted to, this is a very basic analysis, but just looked at what is the length of a construction document set, or the construction document set equivalent, right? You saw, progression of sets getting longer and bigger, but still was not like crazy. And by the 60s, 70s, you still had, 60 sheets, say 70 sheets. And you see in the mid 80s, this explosion, where suddenly in the mid 80s, the sets are becoming hundreds of sheets, not more. Then into the aughts, it becomes thousands of sheets for some projects, right? I would argue that 80s jump is probably related to multiple factors, one of which is, the introduction of CAD. It becomes easier to produce more drawings, but another is also the liability crisis, which for those of you who aren't familiar with it, was a major shift in the US in the 1980s. Essentially, lawsuits became far more prevalent, and practice had to change. Greg, I know you know lots about this. So given that, that's an example, I think, of actually seeing risk manifested itself in what every level of designer and office is doing. We're drawing a lot more because of a shift in the risk landscape in the US that starts in the 80s. I'm curious, in your practices today, how are you in your day-to-day production of instruments of service and conversations and design conversations, how are you internalizing, mitigating, addressing risk kind of at all levels of practice? Or maybe just talk about one or two examples, knowing that we're defining risk in different ways. But I'm curious how this actually impacts what the day-to-day work is of everyone from the top of the firm when contract negotiations, but also what your most junior designer is doing every day. Hold the
the mic so I can take it around to other.
I'll answer that. And actually, it's something that Jacob, who worked with us starting in 2007, maybe that Jacob will know. So this is it's something I wanted to say in this environment anyway, as we're talking about risk, but is like how we do our salary scale, and it has two very different purposes to it. The way we do our salary scale is we take the biannual AIA salary survey. We take Manhattan, so the highest salaries in the United States. And we take the 75th percentile and we extrapolate and interpolate from all the different positions a scale that goes every year. So a person with 3.5 years, the moment they hit 4 years, their salary automatically jumps up. And every 2 years, we adjust the scale. In the off years, we adjust the scale with inflation. So it means no one has to negotiate salaries. It's all open book. If someone takes certain roles in the office of increased responsibility, they jump up 2, 4, 8 years on the salary scale. Everybody knows what it is. And as I said, it's the starting point before any other kinds of bonuses, benefits, and so forth is the 75th percentile. Now we do that, one, because we think it's equitable, and we think that it also eliminates, historic bias in the profession. It removes that whole aspect that I think the profession is tangling with and has been troubled with. But the other reason is it gives us incredible specificity when we do our fee proposals, because we're not guessing who's going to go on a job. And when we put someone's rate in, that rate is automatically going up by experience level and by inflation. So we don't have any risk involved in that. When the client says, your rates are too high, we say, well, here's our overhead multiplier. It's a totally reasonable overhead multiplier. Here's what we pay our staff. It's contractually obligated that we pay our staff this. It's a fair living wage. It's fixed at this level. What's your argument with our rates? Because it sounds like what you want us to do. While at the same moment you want to say, well, you don't value your own staff, you're then angry when we give you a proposal in which we value our staff. And so it allows us to negotiate a much, frankly, better fee. And it also puts in those positions of when we walk, when someone can look at that and say, yeah, but I still don't think it's right. It's okay. So you've literally been faced with the fact that we're proposing to pay our staff in a reasonable way, and our overhead multiplier, everything is reasonable, and you don't like it. Again, you're not someone we want to collaborate with. It's not a different tangent to what you're saying, but it's a way that we try to reduce risk in our fees.
So, in terms of one way that you can address that issue that you're identifying in terms of how much more architects are expected to do nowadays versus 40 years ago, is your culture has to embrace openness and being willing to identify issues internally. My experience is, outside of Studio Gang, that cultures that sweep things under the rug in terms of issues that crop up during design are not healthy cultures. You have to be willing to embrace issues within the practice, within your office, and identify them. And you don't have to reward someone for making a mistake, but you certainly don't necessarily want to create a culture where people are afraid to identify the problems that crop up in the course of a project, because an early problem that is identified, it can be fixed very easily. You move into construction, and all of a sudden, you've got a much bigger problem with a much bigger financial headache.
I guess even to bring this possibly even further down, which is the ridiculous numbers of drawings, is that, and specifications, of course. I find I'm personally embarrassed to drop this 2,000-page tome of 8.5 by 11 documents on the contractor's desk and say we need a bid in 2 weeks. There are a lot of words in that document and a lot of lines on the drawings. We expect a lot of the contractors with this document that we have fluffed up. And I think I guess if nothing else, I would say we should all strive to start shrinking that down again. And I actually think that will reduce our risk. We keep thinking if we add enough details, we'll have it covered somewhere. If we put enough words in the spec, it'll be covered somehow. But I think we have to also understand that the team that's building our building is also stressed too. And if we can make that story, the story of building our building, more concise and better understood by everybody, we would be doing ourselves a service and reducing the risk that we're not going to get the building that we like, and obviously concise. We might even be able to produce it for less money as architects.
I also think that, back again to that team building, if we have to get to some middle ground that everybody's pretty happy with enough that they're going to do their best on the job. And I think, just trying, if you come out with 2,000 pages, if I were that person, I think, they're trying to put it all on us, but not to have the proper details and not to have the proper information is not very good either. So it becomes a titration, and I think common sense goes a long way here, figuring out what to do.
Less defensive drawing, perhaps, right? That's Josh, were you going to say something before?
But maybe it's me asking a question. We should let so. We're just going to. We talked about this idea of. I think there's this kind of misnomer that the bigger the project, the more ambitious the project, the bigger the risk. I'm actually not sure that's really true in practicality because, frankly, the bigger the project, the ability of the architect to surround them with an ever more specialized and exceptional team. So, in fact, I have the pleasure right now of mentoring a young woman who's just started her own practice. And as we're having these conversations, I realize it's easy for me to talk about, you need to take on risk because I mentioned Mark Simmons. I can put Mark Simmons in a job and I'm not worried about whether the project's going to leak. So we can do crazy things because I know that the team we surround ourselves with have exceptional depth of experience. Whereas she's a sole practitioner, and I look at her fears and I'm like, I'm not sure how I would react in that scenario. And sometimes I actually think we need to, as a profession, we need to be focusing more on the small firms, the sole practitioners, that the risk that's there is actually maybe more damaging to the profession than this idea that, hey, this is a huge risky project.
Question? I see a hand over there.
Thank you to the panel. I really appreciate all the comments, and I think about a lot of these things. I work at a small firm, and I think about the importance of defining roles as a risk mitigation tool. Also, like all these internal risk sources, like working with contractors that have never seen a spec book before, but the client expectation is the same as it would be for a large project. So I wanted to ask how you handle some of these internal risks that might happen, whether independent of external factors, but sort of managing how the staff and the office runs in a way to kind of insulate from potential risks from the outside.
What Josh just touched on it for one in our office: mentor. We have a wide range of experience in our office, and we it's part of my responsibility. Several of the senior architects is to just make ourselves as available as possible. If people are not coming to my desk or our desks and talking to us, we're doing something wrong. Probably doesn't answer your question exactly, but it.
Well, it's hard to ask because all of you obviously work for larger firms, and so I'm asking from a smaller firm perspective. I'm sure a lot of people here work at smaller firms, and I appreciate what Mr. Ramus said about thinking about smaller firms and sole practitioners in that sense.
It's sort of, large firms, we do operate in studios often, or the project that has a team that is put together for that project, which is not a small office. It's a small office in a big office.
By the way, as a total tangent, that's for me the greatest argument as to why we should all be back to work 5 days a week. Sorry to say it, but your young generation is not getting exposed to your more elder generations if you're not. That's a taboo thing to say.
Thank you all so much for being with us on a Saturday to talk about a really interesting topic. Robert mentioned something in his opening remarks around the relationship between risk and opportunity. My question is about sort of the internal decision-making process at leadership level. When someone sees an opportunity, someone else sees a risk. Just kind of curious about the mechanics of how do you approach governance when there's a disagreement about whether the firm should pursue an opportunity?
I'm fortunate to have two amazing partners. And the great thing about three is that somebody can be overruled, which is kind of true, but I'm being facetious. But I think it takes a conversation, right? And I think the important part of that is I already mentioned this sort of checklist. We're deliberate when we evaluate the opportunity. And we try to be transparent and open-eyed about the risk. So we might have a project, as much as I hate to say it, where we're really excited about the project, or maybe it's a small project. Maybe it's a project that has expense factors that are hard to reconcile. And we'll decide to take on that project because we're really excited about it. And we'll understand that we're doing it at financial risk, right? But we try to have the harder, clear-eyed, to the best of our ability, conversation about the pros and cons so that we can hopefully get to consensus about the choice. And the other part of that, which I think relates back to your question, which I was trying to think about the right way to answer, mentoring, I think, is part of that answer, but the broader culture of the firm and the practice is founded, one hopes, on as much transparency as we can have, which is what you're talking about, Josh. And the more that we can share openly, not just about expectations for growth and compensation and responsibilities, but also about why we're making the choices we're making, and why, just because an amazing architect in the office has this idea of a great project because of something they know, how we can talk about why the project may not be the right project for us in a particular moment. So transparency and communicating out to the whole team about decision making that's happening, and actually having people be part of that conversation in a larger leadership group is very important, and we benefit a lot from those inputs.
Let me give make a recommendation. It's absolutely relational to what Kim just said. One of the biggest problems I see in architectural practice is that there's a kind of hoarding of information. And so what we do, and I would recommend everybody do, for a project, create a single email, and we demand that anyone who has any communication to the firm about that project goes to that email. And it gets copied to everyone on the project, from me down to an intern who started yesterday. So everyone sees everything. And the only time that there is a breach to that protocol is in the rare instances in which there is something that's very sensitive that needs to be discussed, or, for instance, if there's a performance issue that someone wants to discuss. That's it. But otherwise, every single piece of information gets copied to everyone, so everyone understands the full panorama of the project. It also means, frankly, as an employer, you can hold everyone accountable. Just to be direct.
So normally when I come here, I ask about money, because I think architects don't like to talk about money. So I just want to say, first of all, I appreciate you guys talking about that in the roundtable, which is great. I don't have a question so much as I just want to lob something into the middle of the table, which I think everybody will glob onto, which hasn't been discussed, which is risk versus the perception of risk, and trust, and those things relative to the collaboration with your clients.
What do you mean by the perception of risk?
So I think that there is risk, and then there's perceived risk, meaning there isn't necessarily a risk. It could be a lack of education, a lack of understanding. Early on in the talk, there was a discussion about we don't want to do this type of different construction because we're not familiar. It's not necessarily that there is a risk, there's a fear.
Well, I think with clients at that point is when you just have conversations. It might be time to go out for lunch and sort of talk about things and ask them questions, what they're uncomfortable with. And then if you have good answers, great. If not, you talk to them about, well, we can look into it. And particularly if they have something at that point that differs from the direction you see this thing going, then you try to come to some middle ground with them if they really are strongly negative about it. Because starting out head to head is not a good approach from our experience. And I think that when you realize that you have clients who really want to make this thing work, they'll talk to you and they'll tell you, we like this, but we're not so sure about that. And you may have a convincing response. It was like that Green Roof Park. The woman had no idea. And I brought it up, and it wasn't like an immediate, it was, well, maybe I'll think about that, and then it evolved, and then it happened. But it was definitely a process. It was, not over lunch, but it was like something that evolved by, I think we need as architects to have constructive attitudes with our clients, with our peers, with contractors, and it ends up better in the end. This sort of head-to-head fighting, and I'm right, you're wrong. Leave that, for your children.
There's a tension, I think. I think that's a great point. There's a tension between our role as professionals in what is a service industry and our responsibility as architects to have an opinion, right? And actually guide good decision making. And that's, what you're talking about. If we can't have the agency to have an opinion, then we shouldn't be doing what we do. I think your point about risk and perceived risk is excellent. We have that debate on the are we going to go after this project part? Like we might have a perceived risk, or one of us might have a perceived risk that others don't think is valid potentially, or is not actually accurate. And so whatever we can do to, again, build our data points and our knowledge can help kind of reduce that inaccuracy of the perceived risk, I think.
I think we're close to time here. Do we have one more?
We'll take one
okay,
last.
yeah, let's do it.
Hi, I'm a forensic architect, so my relationship with risk is frequently analyzing it after things have really dramatically fallen apart or gone wrong. So I'm curious if you guys have experienced any lessons learned that dramatically changed the way you did things moving forward.
Yes. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm stammering because so this is what I do all day. And it's this great dance that we do in our office, and I think most offices do this dance: is how to make beautiful design as compelling as possible, as engaging as possible, but still, the overriding responsibility to all of us as architects is health, safety, and welfare. We just sort of everybody assumes that we take care of that, and I'd like to think that we do, but if we don't, then somebody finds you. I don't know. It's tricky. I think we talked about this a couple days ago, where that people do come to me, and sometimes I sometimes referred to as Dr. No, and I don't want that to be Dr. No. You can't use that. I want that to be not Dr. No. Like, let's figure this out together. I see what you're trying to do. This gets back to you, the party or whatever we were calling it, the storytelling. How can what is the story we're trying to tell with this building, and how can we use some product, maybe or material or design, to make that happen, to allow that to happen without interfering with health, safety, and welfare.
I love the way you put it when we were talking before about it. You said it's not Dr. No N-O, it's Dr. No K-N-O-W. Yeah, it's genius. It's really good. But I think that relates even back to the trust that you were asking about. Trust and risk are kind of inverse in a way. One goes up as the other goes down, and knowledge is transparency are part of that as well.
And I'm sorry to pick the microphone back up again, but yeah, I mean, of course we learn. You know, if you make one mistake, shame on us. Do it again, or whatever that is. I got that backwards. But we learn, but we are practicing. That's the part that it's very tricky in our profession. We're always practicing. I've been doing this a while, and I get it wrong all the time.
Does anybody else have anything to add to that? Well, with that, I really want to express my appreciation for you guys joining us, and this has been a really, really fun conversation leading up to it, as well as especially today. Thank you very much. We have.
All right, so just so everyone knows, first of all, I've been told the sign-in sheets for those of you who want CEU credits are over there in a high table by the restrooms. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we're coming back, and then we're going to be getting to a very different type of conversation. Well, similar but different cast of characters, looking at architects seeking risk outside of traditional forms of practice. So see you all in about 10 minutes. Everyone circulate. There's some snacks over here and sign-in sheets over there. Thank you. So, Robert, we're going to run together some model technique.
Can we do like one picture?
Yeah.
We have an office here. We're 120 Broadway.
Okay, where should we do it? At the front? Okay, enjoy the party.
We will do it.
Yeah, or actually, if you want to do it, or just have to sit with other work. So, around and come back. You don't be scared. You're not going to be called out for that. And we have more people. Great. All right. With that, Andre, you want to take it away?
All right. Well, thank you all for sticking around. This is panel 2, Beyond Conventional Practice. So basically what we do, and especially in construction, is inherently risky, no matter how you cut it. So rather than shed risk by not taking things on, many of us here in this panel think that it's better to take on risk, and by embracing risk, that you're addressing it head on. And that's one of the key things I think we're going to talk about today. This morning when I was getting my toddler ready, and she was kind of tumbling around and falling down and all those things, it kind of suddenly made me think about Alex Honnold from Free Solo. So I don't know if you guys had seen that documentary, but free soloing is probably one of the riskiest things in the world that you can do. And it's climbing a sheer cliff without any ropes. And his ascent of El Capitan in that documentary is both like stunningly beautiful and also nauseating at the same time. But what's interesting there is how he handles risk in one of the riskiest things you can do. And the way he does that is by preparing. So what's wild when you sort of see him do that is that by the time he's ready to go, or when he's ready to go, he can, in his mind, do every single step of that. And he has mitigated that risk by preparing and sort of tackling that risk head on. And I think each of us here, all of the panelists, kind of have done this in their own way. And I think that's one of the ways I would like to talk about what you all do, and risk is by sort of grabbing the bull by the horns. For me, this topic is quite personal. So while the issue of risk is directly a result of our other events that we've done here at Future of Practice on agency and on value, because this issue of risk kept coming up in all of those symposiums that we did. But, I'm a small firm. I've been practicing for 20 years. And, as a result of the challenges of that, and then also working with Ryan at Business Architecture to kind of try to break out of some of these challenges, I'm beginning to transition into a process of sort of a more hybrid practice of architecture and development. And so it's very relevant to me. And this is very much issues that I'm kind of dealing with. So I'm very excited to sort of talk to you all about this. And I'm going to take notes and watch the recording. But I think, besides all of that, and this was brought up in the other panel, is that there are different types of reasons for taking on risk. There's different rewards for that. I'd also be curious to hear from all of you about that. Sometimes it's financial, sometimes it's design, sometimes it's agency, sometimes it is helping the community. And these are all things that a lawyer or an insurance carrier would probably discourage and try to minimize. So I'm hoping that we can talk about all of those things and more. So why don't I jump into the introductions? We're going to do this alphabetical, and I'll start with Jennifer. So Jennifer is the Director of Architecture at Alloy Development. And Alloy is an integrated real estate development company based in Brooklyn. So for those of you that may not be familiar, Alloy is kind of one of the biggest fishes in this world of architect-led development companies who are kind of combining these different roles together. If I'm not mistaken, you guys literally own a whole block in Brooklyn and are developing it. So that is like full on embracing this role. At Alloy, she oversees the design and architecture team, and they are all primarily large mixed-use projects. She began practicing at SOM in 2013 and went to Cornell, and then also has a certificate in real estate investment from NYU. She's also taught professional practice at City College and Boston Architectural College, and is licensed architect and a lead professional. So thank you for joining us. Again, you were on one of our other panels. So thank you. All right, John Hunt. So John is a lawyer and a partner of construction law practice at Robertson and Cole. He's been working for over 30 years, so he's a seasoned design and construction lawyer. And he helps his clients manage legal, contractual, and risk issues, often in complex urban redevelopment projects. He's usually on the opposite side of the architects and the engineers because he primarily advises the developers, the owners, the institutions, construction managers, and design professionals on all aspects of project delivery, risk management for both new and existing buildings. So he's actually worked with Andrew on several projects and several companies, including the Barclays Center, the New York Times building, which he mentioned each had their own elements of risk, but they proceeded in the face of that. So I would love to kind of talk about that. Again, kind of running into risk head on, but from a position of knowledge. He's also very interested in kind of this idea that risk has a counterpoint, which is often reward, and also has brought up that, owners, they want to innovate, they want innovation and great design, but they need to mitigate the risk. So that's kind of a balancing act that he focuses on. So why don't we move on to Charlie? So Charlie Kaplan is a principal of Gluck Plus, and they are kind of leaders in architect-led design build. For over 25 years, he has integrated design and construction across a wide range of projects, educational, residential, mixed use, and has advocated that good design can make not only architectural and urban sense, but also economic sense, which is something that I personally believe very strongly in. They have worked on a number of award-winning projects here in the city, and they also have collaborated with nonprofits to demonstrate how architect-led design build can deliver high-quality design at a low cost. I first came across him on Ryan's podcast, which was really fantastic, and I would definitely urge all of you to listen to that. I think what's particularly interesting about the way that they practice is that they use the same team of architects to do all of the different roles. So whether it's managing the site on the construction process or the development, it's the same group of architects just being deployed in different teams. He mentioned in our earlier conversation that construction is inherently risky, and really this is the premise of this panel, is that rather than shedding risk, it's about embracing it and sort of taking it head on. So thank you for joining us. Sebastian Mendez is an architect and the founder of Tank House, which is a development firm here in New York City. Before founding Tank House, he was an associate partner at Foster & Partners here in New York, and he had led the design and project management of more than 3 million square feet of residential, commercial, and cultural work across the US. He has a master's from the University of Buenos Aires and a real estate development degree from NYU's Schack Institute. Starting to see a pattern here. He's also taught in Buenos Aires and Boston, and he participates in design reviews at all of the big universities. And he's also on the board of the Van Al Institute. So thank you for joining us. Shay Sellers is the founder and managing director of the Emerge Group, which is a development company. She is a proud Southerner, born and raised in South Carolina, Low Country. And as a founder of the Emerge Group, she integrates over 17 years of experience in commercial real estate acquisitions, underwriting, redevelopment, project management, and the permitting process for different types of projects like multifamily, mixed use, infill, and new development here in New York City and the Hudson Valley and the US South. And has also done a lot of fundraising as well. So through the Emerge Group, she advances equitable land acquisition, development, and conservation for the next generation of BIPOC owners and stewards. She previously led a company called Sasray Properties, which was a real estate investment firm revitalizing historically disadvantaged communities. And earlier, she built a career in nonprofit fundraising and documentary film production. So she studied at NYU and at the Schack Institute of Real Estate, as well as the Milano School of Business. And one of the things that she said in our earlier conversations, which I love, is that she's always in a constant dance with risk, the good and the bad. So I want to talk about the dance when we get into it. And last but not least is Andrew Staniforth. He is the co-founder and CEO of Assembly OSM. He sort of operates at this intersection of technology and real estate for over a decade, contributing more than $4 billion in residential, office, and mixed-use development. More recently, he's partnered with Shop Architects to spin out Assembly OSM, which was a startup bringing industrialization to construction and modular construction, addressing the global housing crisis, which was acquired last summer. Previously, he was a principal at L&L Holdings, and he led the $2 billion redevelopment of the terminal warehouse in Chelsea. Before that, he was at Sidewalk Labs at Google and worked on the world's largest startup city concept, which was a district built from the internet up. He began his career at Forest City Ratner, which I guess is that where you guys work together, and contributed to the Pacific Park, Barclays Building, Nassau Coliseum, 461 Dean Street, which is the tallest modular in North America. So he experienced sort of the demanding issues around navigating planning, technical, political, and financial complexity. And one of the key things from our conversation earlier was how he's interested in bringing innovation to an industry that is built on mitigating risks. So we're definitely going to talk about that. So we're going to move on to each of yours response to the prompt, which was, what is the value and the risk in architecture? And we're going to do this alphabetically, starting with Jen. Do you want to get some slides?
Hi, everyone. What's up? Thanks for having me. You can call me Jen. Click. Oh, so where are my risk slides? Would they be at the end of this, maybe? Okay, that's fine. Well, it's really funny because if you will imagine, and it's not a setup, my first slide here was a different rock climber called Lynn Hill. So for those of you who don't know Lynn Hill, it's an image of her and she's mostly known for being the first person to free climb El Capitan. And it's a photo of her on this particularly risky pitch called the Pancake Flake. And just to get granular about it, right? Like it's very risky because there's no way to set protection on it. And when you're up 3,000 feet in the air, there's no, like whether it is a force majeure issue in terms of rockfall that would break a rope, which has happened down there, or you forget to tie your knot like she did a few years ago. There is no way of mitigating risk at that scale. So if you will, we had both rock climbers in there. But for me, what's really valuable about this is climbers and developers, their job is to take on risk. That's kind of what we do for a living. But what's particularly interesting about Lynn, I think, is a couple things about like why she climbs. So, like why climb at all? Like why not just stay on the floor? And I think one thing that she talks about is like this ability to choose. So for folks who are not really familiar with climbing, it's kind of this sport that kind of came out of the late 50s and 60s counterculture that was all around individuality and being able to choose what you do with your time. You can have a family of kids, or you can live out of like a dirt bag out of the back of a van. But it is your decision to choose to live your life how you want. So she talks about that in terms of being able to live her life how she wants to. But the other is about determining priorities. So she's a traditional climber, which means you don't bolt into the rock, you don't use aid. You rely on your ability and you rely on friction, on the natural formations in the rock. So there is this, instead of marring the rock, it matters how you climb. There's an ethos to climbing where it's based in conservation. And for me, that's helpful relative to our development practices at Alloy. Next slide would be a big plug on a building. Because for us, I think risk allows us to do those two things. It allows us to define the program, like what we want to build, if we want to build at all, and the priorities of what the work is. So the idea with the plug was this big sculpture that was kind of declaring the value set of this building that we did in downtown Brooklyn. It was the first all electric. Oh, it's right there, the first one in front. So the ethos with which we build, I think, is important relative to it, and risk and taking on risk allows us to do that. It also creates value, right? So value in the economic sense, value in the public or urban sense about how you experience it, but also value in the design sense in terms of creating beauty and things you want to be around. And that is my kind of Lynn Hill version of risk, I think. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Get started. Apropos of the topic of risk, here's a disclaimer. Don't sue me, all right? You can't rely on anything I say. Now that we've got that out of the way. It's in all the firm slides. So the risk of going second or being in the second panel is that this risk-reward dichotomy has already been discussed. So I'm not going to beat it to death. But one thing that I would like you all to take away from this is, this is obviously heavily focused on architects Most of my clients are just, developers, owners and developers. Interestingly enough, I think owner developers have a lot of the same rewards in mind when they proceed with projects and when they elect to engage design professionals to do something that's different, that's new, that's innovative. Reward, what kinds of rewards? So financial, right? So this is something where we're all aligned, right? We all get up at in the morning to go make money. Developers want to make money, architects want to make money. It may not be your primary motivation, but it's certainly a motivation. Better design generates better rent, better sales, right? More interest. There's an obvious financial reason to do something that's different and new. Reputation. Obviously, architects, you think about this. Some of you think about this. Probably many of you think about this. You want to do something iconic, right? You want to have that live on beyond your career, right? Developers want the same thing, right? You want a building that's going to cement your legacy, something that says, on the New York City skyline, I developed that. And lastly, right, we're all in the business of community building, bringing benefits to the public, whether that's creating homes, offices, placemaking, where people can live their lives in a really positive way. So balancing risk and reward is obviously key to that dichotomy and how it works out for everybody who's involved in the process. So you have to understand and appreciate the risks, right? This is not a situation where burying your head in the sand is going to work out for anyone. And the earlier panel touched on this a bit, right? You have to surface risks, right? You have to mention them to the client. You have to think about these things. And then when you do, right, you tell them to the client. You mention it. Communication is key. That's part of the relationship that the earlier panel talked about, right? Having a productive relationship with a client where you can share that, hey, look, this is something that we want to do. These are some of the risks that come along with that, right? And of course, and this is a very practical piece of advice, document everything, right? Put it in your meeting minutes that you talk about this risk. Make sure everybody's aware that this is a risk of proceeding with something that is out of the norm. And of course, we touched on this a little bit earlier, contracts, right? Contracts are where you transfer risk to the parties who are best able to absorb it. Now, there are, every once in a while I hear a comment about, oh, lawyers want to avoid risk at all costs. I don't really see it that way. I don't see that as my role on it. And I think Greg would probably agree with that if he's still here. I always saw my role as facilitating deals, right? Managing risk, transferring risk to appropriate parties where that's possible, but elimination of risk is an impossible goal. And if you set that as your goal, you'll never get anything done. So that's my take. So here's some projects that I've worked on where there were unique, kind of very different, iconic design elements that really set the buildings apart. And for that reason, had some risks associated with them because these are things that hadn't been done. So the New York Times building, just as the first example, that screen on the outside is comprised of ceramic rods. I don't know if many of you are familiar with that. They sit just outboard of the facade, and they serve a couple of purposes, one of which is to dissipate sunlight. They just look cool. And it's all part of like the theme of the building. So this Renza Piano Building Workshop was the architect, design architect. FX Fowl was the architect of record. So the ceramic rods were a cause for concern, right? They were different. Are they going to get dirty, right? Because they're white. New York City air is filled with soot. Are there pigeons going to sit on them and poop on people all day long? Will they develop icicles that will hang off of them? So all of these things were thought about, right? Considered. The owner decides to proceed anyway. Building looks wonderful. Shortly after it opens, the French Spider-Man, Alain Robert, comes over from France and decides he's going to climb it, right? I don't think anybody thought that Alain Robert was going to climb to the top of the building using the ceramic rods. It was not supposed to be a ladder. It wasn't designed as a ladder. We did mock-ups. We didn't have anybody hang off the mock-up, right? That wasn't supposed to happen, but it did.
thankfully, he didn't plunge to his death. Right? So as much as you can think about risks of taking an innovative approach, you can't think of everything, right? Barclays Center, the Core 10 steel facade on that is not something that had never been done before. Like there are other examples. We went and the team actually went and visited US Steel and some of the other Core 10 buildings out there. And some of the concerns with this type of system were, is it going to leak rusty water all over the sidewalk? Will pigeons hang out in those little slots and poop all over people? So you see pigeons are a concern in New York City, right? And because of our experience at the time, is somebody going to try to climb up the slots in the facade? So all of these things were considered. We proceeded anyway. And it turned out great. But, and this is a developer risk, not a design risk, although to a degree it reflects on the design choice, the subcontractor decided to go out of business halfway through the project. So you've now got a panel system with an assembly line that was custom tooled and set up to deliver these panels, and the subcontractor decided to go out of business. Thankfully, we had payment performance bonds, and the surety stepped up and performed, but we would have been screwed otherwise, because you can't go down the street to the next curtain wall shop and get those panels. So it was a design choice that had that unanticipated risk associated with it. Lastly, this is, I think an iconic building, really unique design. I've never seen anything like it. Every one of those panels is different. So consider, the risk of doing something like that where the tolerances are so precise, where everything has to be fabricated exactly so, and where the concrete structure behind all of that does not have a uniform edge anywhere, right? So it is the structure comes out in various places to meet the panels. So thankfully, this also went well. We had one of the best curtain wall contractors on the planet working on these panels. They did a great job. But when we were going up the building, we had 2 surveyors, right? Every single embed for the curtain wall panels, everything was surveyed twice so that it wouldn't be a mistake. And it worked out, but there's a lot of risk associated with doing something like that. But we knew about it, and this is the point. Communication, accepting the risk. And that, frankly, is what helps you as a design professional who does something unique and different. Say, if the client points the finger at you later, you assumed the risk. You understood the risk. I communicated to you. Here it is in writing, and you accepted it. Sorry, I went over time.
Hello. I feel like I should have a climbing. I think 3 in a row had some sort of climb, spider. Yeah, exactly. But I don't. So I think one of the really important things, and John, I think really touched on this in a way, is understanding that from the outset, the owner has a huge amount of risk. And they have a huge amount of risk partly because design and construction is a really messy industry. It's really difficult. You're dealing with multiple entities, different cultures. The Rem Koolhaas quote is, I think really indicative of what we all what the owner faces, and then ultimately what we as architects and the contractors face. So I think it's really important to just recognize how risky and difficult the process is. It's a lot of work. So at our firm, we do take this, grab the bull by the horns kind of approach. We say, you know what, the best way to deal with risk is to really take it on in-house, to do the building ourselves, and not just ourselves, not to house a construction firm in our office, but actually to train our people so that a team of architects, people that are on the team from the beginning, transition and become the construction team and finish the project. The same people go all the way through the process. We really believe that we take the risk and really value architects and architectural education, and really believe that architects have the training and the know-how ultimately to be able to take on architecture, not just as a design process, but as a build and execution process. So almost everything we do is geared towards that and really kind of refining how we do that. We really get into the nuts and bolts of what architecture's kind of all about. You see on the upper left, we were talking about drawings earlier today and how big have drawing sets become, 1,000 pages and more. That's a traditional set, and it's up to a contractor to sort of take that thing apart and figure out how the hell you build it. The clock to the right of it is really kind of an analogy about, in a way, a building is a clock, and you really, unless you separate it out and try to really separate the layers, you really don't understand. The contractor doesn't understand what they're building. And so you see the slide on the lower left, we really take it upon ourselves to, as architects, is the drawing mechanism for a building to really separate out trades and really define scope and trade. It's a really risky thing to do, I think, from a legal perspective, potentially, but it's something that we really believe is important. So the drawing on the right is maybe a typical sheet that you might find in our drawing set, where it literally actually lays out, in this case, like the foundation scope of a project. It's the excavation, how many yards of cut and fill we're doing, how many yards of concrete we're pouring. We really feel like transparency is really important when you're dealing. In our case, we are the GC, we're not the subcontractor, but we're communicating with subcontractors. So we really get into the nuts and bolts of the drawing and really believe that clarity and transparency is what's really important, so that everyone knows what it is they're building, and so they can give you an appropriate price and nobody's surprised. We also think that it's really important to really embrace design, but not just design from kind of an abstract point of view, but really taking ownership of what do things cost. So in this case, this is a project in Philly. It was a developer that we partnered with, and the building sort of called for a curtain wall kind of design. The curtain walls are very expensive, and the project had a very low budget, and so we really took it upon ourselves as architects and as builders to really figure out every component of a curtain wall and actually sort of deconstructed that curtain wall and made it a window wall, not a curtain wall. Curtain walls are just inherently expensive, and took the responsibility as architects to kind of break that all down and price it in a way that was affordable for the developer. And then finally, when a project is in construction, we go all the way. We're on site. We're literally the contractor. All the subcontractors sign a contract with us. We are responsible. Typical architecture contract really has taken the supervisory role of an architect away. It's literally in the AIA contract. It's not really allowed, and we really believe that's kind of problematic if you're trying to do really iconic architecture of special details. In this case, you can see on the right a very special detail and an indoor swimming pool. And how do you make that ceiling condition work? It takes a lot of really important layout, which architects are really good at. They don't always realize how good they are at layout, and subcontractors are not always as versed in layout. And so we really believe the supervisory role as architects, and in our case as contractors, is really important, and it's become undervalued on some level, partly contractually. That's forward. Yeah.
Right. I'm going to go super fast because I think we did more than 2 slides. But
sorry.
No. We did more than 2, so I'm just going to go super fast. Tannhaus, we're a small, very design-focused development company. We're local to Brooklyn. We live and work in the same spot, and we are all architects, licensed architects. We're 5. And I think that is going to inform the way we look at everything. I think architects, like you said, are prepared for an unlimited amount of problems and problem resolution. And I think that is absolutely key as to how we can really focus on the work we do as developers, but getting involved in every aspect of the project in a pretty deep way. What we do is we try to leverage architecture and urban design to, in the end, deliver what we think is a valuable product. Every project works at 3 scales. First and foremost, from a unit level, we try to create better homes with essential qualities which are not most commonly found in development in New York City. We try to create projects where the the environment fosters community. We think that's the absolutely key aspect of our projects. And then we try to make sure that the projects have an open dialogue with the context. We try to create projects which are porous. You will see that. In the end, we're trying to, I think, prove the same thing, which is good design is good business. And I think on that one, for us, understanding these three things, which is innovation, differentiation, and efficiency, are ways to mitigate risk. I think there's an overall big picture issue for us, which is rethinking preconceived notions in the real estate industry that define risk. And for us, those things are up for grabs, and we think about them differently. On the one hand, we try to create. There's kind of a way to create value. We believe, or we sort of try to create value through low-cost strategies, things which are inherently related to architecture. Specifically, we focus on housing, so all of these things are very specific to housing, and we think that some of these aspects that you see on the screen to the left sort of provide high value at low cost, and we try to stay away from things which we believe are not only low value but high cost. I think the other thing is just, how do you redefine some of these notions? And I think when it comes to development, efficiency is this like word that defines everything. And if a project is efficient is viable, and if it's not, it's not. And so if you look at the left, traditionally developer-led projects in general are sort of singly focused on maximizing returns by minimizing the size of the project, right? Like you're trying to build as little as possible and to sell as much as possible. And you try for a project to be super efficient, and efficiency by being the delta between gross and sellable. We think about this differently. We try to understand zoning in a pretty nuanced way, and that knowledge allows us to actually find ways to grossly overbuild projects and assigning in a way that the delta between sellable and gross doesn't count to FAR, but it's actually the most valuable space in a building. Going back to the second aspect that I talked before about community creation is one of the sort of most important things for us. And coincidentally or intentionally, the delta between sellable and gross is actually the most economical to build. It's the most valuable and the most economical for us. And in the end, we kind of look at this between what it is and what it could be. Again, focus on residential architecture. Over the last 100 years, nothing really changed in New York City when it comes to housing. I think it has been commoditized to the extreme. And for us, differentiation and innovation is actually a way to de-risk a project. It's a way for us to provide something that is tangible and different when it comes to finding buyers or tenants. And what you see here is just like, you can see one of the quintessential high-end projects in New York City, 432 Park, and you can talk about efficiency and value. For us, we look at this very differently, and the places which are the most valuable in our projects are the green spaces. They're not necessarily green always, which is made them green in this slide, which are the communal spaces, the outdoor spaces, the ones that enhance the quality of the other spaces by providing multiple orientations, access to light, views, etc., creating community, but also the cheapest to build. I think this is the last one. Absolutely key to this is how you mitigate this risk, how you evaluate or reevaluate all of these aspects. And I think that is by actually having architects do the work. I think, again, architects are really well prepared to take on to a multiplicity of problems. And in the office, everybody's an architect. And I think architects have just a different way of thinking about problems. We all have a much more practical and direct approach to problem resolution. If somebody says, there is a shortage of housing in New York City, half of the people in the room will be like, well, we know how to do that. We know how to build more. We know how to build more efficiently. There's a lot of space. Like, what is the issue? So I think having, for us, architects in the office tackle development, finance, feasibility analysis, construction, management, it's really the way that we find that we can take risk by hyper managing the process in a very detailed way.
Hi, everyone. So I'm not an architect, but I'm going to kind of address this question as first a principal for, since 2013, then, from 2023, like working more as a consultant. And when I pretty much have gone through more the good, the bad, and the ugly, and probably just now getting to the good. But I would say that when I think about the value of risk, it's almost like impossible not to take risk. I think I'm pretty hardwired to take on extreme risks in pursuit of greater opportunity and greater impact. And that may be a mental issue or situation, but it's something that I really enjoy doing. Whenever I worked as a principal, majority of our work, and this is when I had the company Catastrophe Properties, was in the Hudson Valley region of New York, in the city of Newburgh. And for those of you that don't know the city of Newburgh, but it's this very small city that sits along the Hudson River. That's a majority Black and brown community. About 35% of the population is impoverished, and it has kind of dealt with the after effects of urban renewal, and then essentially, it's been a dumping ground for folks post-release from prison, and folks who have had to leave the city of Newburgh from being, outpriced out of the city of Newburgh. Those folks have had to relocate to the city of Newburgh. So it's a very interesting city. It's also architecturally significant city. Pretty much, I think it's like 90-something% of the city of Newburgh has landmark protection. So anything you touch, you're going through Landmarks Commission in order to get approval for it. And so as a principal, when I first came in, we essentially purchased about 27 properties along some of the main corridors in the city of Newburgh. And the goal was to sort of manage the entire value chain. So we were handling, acquisitions, redevelopment, construction, and then of course, like marketing that to folks who want to rent or folks who are coming in to buy. And we were using design in order to sort of change the perception of the city of Newburgh. And of course, when we were doing that, we had mostly artists, coming from the Hudson Valley, and artists who are coming from Brooklyn, coming to buy these properties. We had waiting lists of people who were interested in buying these properties and renting these properties. And throughout that process, I probably had a small team of about 3 people in the office, and then we subcontracted out quite a bit. But it was women-led construction, women-led development, but it was extremely difficult to get most things done. Just to give you an idea, sometimes we didn't have a building inspector. A lot of times the city couldn't afford building inspectors, so we'd have one building inspector. And if that person went on vacation, you're stuck for like 11, 12 weeks before they were coming back. Or they would be, they would have a backlog of people. So then they would have to get to you when they could get to you. And so while you're waiting on that person, and you're, or waiting on planning or waiting on the architectural review, you're just spending money, just burning through cash. But through all of that, through the success of those projects, I started getting approached from people, clients or potential clients, to be like, okay, well, what you've done here, we want you to do this for projects that we're looking to do or homes that we're looking to renovate. And I didn't know at the time the huge difference between being investor developer and running your own shop and doing your own thing. And then you switch into working with clients. And you have high demand clients who want very specific design details on a very specific schedule. And one thing that you should know about the properties in the city of Newburgh that we worked in, some of them hadn't even been nothing done inside these properties for 50 to 60 years. So when you're coming in, you're doing a scope of work on a building like that, historic building, you kind of got a sense of how much that's going to cost a little bit, but you kind of build in a certain amount of cushion just in case. But until you get into the walls, until you get into the basements, and you don't know what you're dealing with. And so I think as a developer, you kind of you just take your punches. You just know that this along the way we'll figure out what we need to do. But when you're working with clients, that is not you can't operate that way at all. And so there's a lot of unknowns that you have to kind of deal with. So that process was a very big learning curve for me, massive learning curve. And one thing about risk, when you think about, okay, we have building risk, construction risk, cost risk, you have legislative risk, but sometimes you don't, as a founder, you're, especially a starting out younger founder, you have to think about yourself as a risk as well. What is it about me that could compromise this project? What is it about the way I'm looking at it or thinking about it or dealing with these particular issues could compromise my business? And so I learned a lot about myself in that particular, in the city of Newburgh. And I learned, number one, that I had to do better with addressing issues head on and not being avoidant about certain obstacles and communicating. In 2023, I made a pivot. I had some folks who were working in the land justice movement as private donors, and they were funding projects in the U.S. South and the Hudson Valley region, sort of taking reparations on themselves. And they needed a team of folks that were used to working in areas that didn't have necessarily all the resources, and working with these particular types of clients to help them buy land, redevelop that land, re-entitle it, and preserve that land. And so since 2023, through the Emerge Group, that's how we've been working. And to kind of make this brief, a lot of our clients have never sat at that planning table with an architect, have never even thought about purchasing property or anything. And so what we do is we're sort of like this team member sitting around that table that's showing our clients all the potential risks that they can walk into, help them mitigating that risk. And that starts with the planning and design and feasibility process. And for a lot of our clients, it's not just risk and reward, it's all the things that can go wrong before they even get to the point where they're building anything. And all the constituents, including lenders and everything else, how they're being viewed from the very inception of that project. So.
All right. Well, thank you all. I think we have. Oh,
I'm going to go really quick.
You said 3 slides. I did 4. I think I'm the shortest of everyone now. Whoa. Yeah. So we're talking a lot about risk, and we've shown a lot of pretty pictures of projects. And I tried to find some images that represented how projects actually work before we get, the Barclay Center. So there's some diagrams in Shop's book, their older book, on sort of like these webs of what actually happens. And this is a web of all of the players that goes into a particular project, right? And this is a web of all of the software platforms that are used by the consultant team. And I think these are what we live and breathe day to day, right? Like we know how the interoperability between Rhino and Revit works and what happens there. And when you send it over to a contractor, they might rebuild it and Navisworks for conflict detection. Like we know this, but this is actually why we're having this conversation about risk. It's because these projects are really hard, they're complex, they're multi-party, and what we have to do in order to actually make them work is we flatten that risk down completely. And there are a bunch of diagrams in the book, but this is the one that is sort of the crispest for me. What happens in a project is that we flatten this risk down to every single arrow, right? That risk of the project is then, the last panel talked about like the 2,000-page spec book. That risk is transferred into that spec book and then handed over, right? And one of the great examples of like risk transfer that I think is crazy is I'm not an architect, but I work with architects. I'm married to an architect, but so I use the we to encompass architects. We all work in Revit. We produce these beautiful Revit models. And then we want to hand it to our contractor, and our lawyer and probably our insurer says, okay, make sure you get a BIM waiver. And so what that means is do not actually use that as a contract document. All of that work is flattened down to that 100% CD set, issue for construction, then addendum 1 and all of that. And that's one of those arrows. And so a lot of what I have been trying to do in sort of every step in my career is really think about how do you do something different with the structure of arrows that we have here today, right? Like, how do you build, the last 4 years I've been working on urban high-rise modular, right? How do you do that when everything needs to be flattened down into a form AIA contract? We actually don't do that because we have John's contracts, which are way better. But how do you flatten it down to something that is accepted for all of the counterparties that go into a project? And I think one of the biggest challenges with innovation coming into our world of development and architecture and construction is that breaking this structure is really, really hard and requires sort of so many levels of approval to do it, right? You need the architect's professional liability carrier, you need, their lawyers, you need someone like John Hunt, you need everyone in place to sort of even change one line of this structure. And I think as we think about doing things differently, I really think that the way that we should be thinking about is like, what is the relationship that's represented in every single one of these arrows? Like, what is that risk transfer happening? And how can we still have a risk transfer, but in a different way? And I think that is like one of the hardest things in an industry that is moving like $1 trillion in a certain direction with a ton of inertia, trying to keep this. And I don't have any answers other than like, you need to be creative. You need to have all the parties hold hands and jump in the pool at the same time in order to not just get sucked into this diagram over and over again on every single project.
That was great. All right, so let's jump into our discussion. So let's start by talking about this constant dance, right, of risk and the good and the bad that you've all been talking about, and maybe some specific examples of that where it can swing from one side to the other, and how did you deal with that or handle that, especially the way that you're practicing, which is typically bringing all these, bringing different sides of this equation together. And you don't all have to feel like you need to answer, so this is more of just a free-form conversation, but let's talk about the dance.
I'll talk. I keep talking. So I think to give a really specific example from assembly, if you think about what a modular manufacturer does, you try to build, a bunch of boxes, oversimplifying it, with something proprietary, right? So you might have proprietary connection details. You might have, proprietary process in your factory. If you think about what that modular manufacturer is, it's not a licensed professional, right? We are not producing documents that are going to the DOB. We're not signing or sealing anything. And so one of the dances is, how do we get a third-party architect, third-party structural engineer, MEP, all the full suite of consultants to actually understand and take on the liability of work that was done before. And I'll give like super specific examples. Assembly worked with Arup to develop a proprietary structural system. We owned the IP. So Arup did the work, we owned the IP, so that is now Assembly structural chassis. And then on our projects, we didn't work with Arup, we started working with DeSimone. So now DeSimone is inheriting IP that Assembly owns that Arup did. And they're like, I can't take this. No, my liability here is way too great to take this on. And a couple things that we had to do to get them comfortable. We brought in another name. We brought in TT to do a peer review of the structural, just to give a little bit more like, okay, this is not crazy. But a lot of the work ended up just being done again, right? Like they had to come up with it from a first principles perspective that this structural chassis would work. And I think that is a really hard thing to capture, that type of innovation and loss of efficiency, right? Like why did we design that system in the first place if you're gonna have to do it over and over again? The great thing about it is we ended up using DeSimone multiple times after that, and their fees dropped, just as a proxy for complexity, dropped by 90% on the second repeat project. And so there was repeat efficiency, but that transfer of information from the initial designer, engineer to Assembly to the next, you sort of lost all that benefit. And I think that is where I go back to those arrows, right? You lose a lot of information by flattening down context and transferring risk. And I think as we think about what we're trying to do, bringing innovation, like we have to think about better ways. And one of the better ways is like we set up our own captive architecture firm within Assembly, a DPC. We started doing sort of like deeper delegated design, more nuanced contracts there, but really trying to think about how do you work within the system that we have to do things like having a proprietary system that you can use multiple times.
I think this example is a really good example of like overly special, like the over specialization that we have in our industry, right? Like you're redrawing that one arrow again and again because DeSimone won't take what TT is taking on. And I think a lot of us maybe in this table in some ways are more of like that true generalist where ironically, you're taking on more risk to take less, right? So you're kind of occupying that center location where you have to have a general intuition relative to the structure to understand its implications relative to curtain wall or whatever the thing is, and allow that breadth of generalized knowledge to reside and like be the.
And some of this is driven by liability concerns. Obviously, if you're a structural engineer and you have to comply with the standard of care, as any design professional has to comply with the standard of care, you're not going to rely on somebody else's calculations. You're not going to rely on somebody else's analysis. You have to do it yourself, right? Because otherwise, then you haven't met the standard of care and you're going to be sued if the thing falls down. Had Arup been the engineer of record for the project, they would not have had to redesign everything because they already did the design work. They knew that their system worked in their professional expertise. But the minute you bring in another, and that's sort of where a lot of this, anything that's groundbreaking like this, you're taking a new approach and trying to fit it into an existing set of law, an existing approach to practice. It's like trying to fit a round peg into a square hole or vice versa, right? Your standard of care is always going to be determined based on what another architect would have done, who is competent doing the same kind of project in your area. But what if what you've done has never been done before? How do you determine what the standard of care is? What do you look at? You have to have an expert. You're going to put an expert on the stand in that trial who is an architect. How is that person supposed to say that fell below the standard of care or it met the standard of care if what you're doing is brand new? So and that in itself is risky, right?
Yeah. I think in our practice, I think a lot of the sort of dance around risk revolves around cost. I think cost is often the elephant in the room. Especially we work a lot with not-for-profit clients who really don't have a big budget, and they don't really know what they can afford and not afford. And so for us, oftentimes the dance is trying to really hone in on what the project is going to cost, but the client may not even know what the project really is because they don't know exactly what they can afford. So it's sort of a chicken and the egg kind of thing. And so for us, it's really important to try to identify cost early and work that into the design process. So the way we deal with that is we early in the process, way before a traditional process. Maybe projects will get costed at certain milestones, SD, DD. We try to really price in very early in the design process so that we know what we're dealing with, we know what the costs are going to be, and oftentimes part of that dance is that because of the information that we get back, it may mean changing the design completely because you learn things that you didn't know at the outset. So I think that's kind of the dance, is iterating around cost early on. I think that's really critical.
Yeah, sure. I think for our clients, the hardest thing I think is taking their big plans, like their huge visions, not telling them that you cannot do what you want to do, either because you don't have the relationships, you don't have the financing, you don't have enough land, or you don't have enough experience, but sort of listening to them dream really, really big, and then kind of showing them what's over their shoulder that they can't see. And I'll give you just like a couple of examples. We have a client in Eastern North Carolina, and the executive director of that organization was a big NCAA basketball player. And she led NC State to championship. So very big, sort of bold, competitive person, big personality. And so for her, there's nothing that they cannot overcome. So she's like got this athletic sort of mentality around obstacles and adversity. And so you want your clients to have that kind of attitude, especially going into a construction project, a huge construction project. But at the same time, you're trying to say some of those ways of thinking is actually what can get us in trouble in the construction process. And so it's a balance of being like super optimistic, but also going like, listen, this is sort of best practice, and this is the way we need to break this down, and we need to find all the ways that just this can go wrong, and then sort of back into the project. But for certain clients with particular mentalities, they don't want to hear about what can go wrong because they're going to sort of talk themselves out of any of those potential consequences. And so I think sort of having a relationship deep enough with the client where even if it's not in the meeting, where they have their entire team on the call, but where they can call you in the evening or at night and go, so I'm a little bit afraid of this and this. And they can be honest with you about what they're afraid of. And then I can say, or my team members can say, this is also what we're afraid of for you. And you only have, for a lot of our groups, you got one time to knock this out. You got one time to get this right. And if you don't get it right, it's not a matter of one failed project and you go on to the next project. The community, your reputation will be damaged. The community will say you didn't do what you said you're going to do because you're working in a community that doesn't have what you're even proposing that you're going to build. And so all their hopes are on you to make this happen. And no lender is going to lend to you again. There is like a whole lot of repercussions that can happen. So we have to kind of be super real with each other so we can get through this so that you guys can keep doing this and have even larger impact.
So one of the things that I think you all do, but also what I'm hearing here is you're kind of creating new models on how to practice, how to work, or how to determine if a project makes sense or not. And I think also just from my own experience, what I'm finding is that there are ways to make projects viable that might not normally be viable without this kind of different levels and layers of experience coming together to be able to figure out how to make that work. And I've kind of heard that in some of the comments just with this first question. I'm kind of curious about that because it's different from a traditional practice. It's different from a traditional development approach. These are new models of working. And I'm just curious if maybe some examples or some specific ideas of where you're finding kind of that value in what could be considered risky because it's different or new or hasn't been done before. I'd love to hear examples of that.
I can start. So, you know, again, we're a very small local development company, and the first time that we were building a project, the first project that we built, as you can imagine, there's a lot of pressure, right? Like, it's your first project, you have investors, banks, consultants, and for us, you know, the risk of questioning preconceived notions of efficiency, innovation, etc., and do something that for us was radically different is almost what made the project feasible. It wasn't even like how successful the project is going to be, it was just feasible. You know, for us, doing something different was a solution to a project that otherwise wouldn't have worked. There isn't a scenario where the project being more conventional would have been less successful financially. It wouldn't have happened. And I think, you know, it's almost like sometimes as developers and investors and whatever, and architects, we are taking a massive risk just to see the project through. And I think there are ways, you know, for us to build a project that it's funny. The first project, you know, when you talk about efficiency being the delta between gross and sellable, typically there will be about a 15% difference. You know, a project is 85% efficient, you sell 15%. A first project for 50 Warren is about 44% efficient, right? Like, so we have about 44% of the project, which is sellable on paper. We built a ton more space, which is all of these outdoor spaces, which are also sellable, these community spaces. And the question was, how are we going to find ways to build something so much bigger at a cost that is achievable? And that meant that we have to get into a ton of detail, finding solutions that wouldn't be maybe just expected. So we had to find ways to produce a facade system outside of the US, fabricated and designed by us in a way that was comparable to a facade made out of cinder block. So we built a terrazzo facade for $20 a foot, which is the cost of cinder. And the only way to do that is just to really get into the process, to really take it on. And we're developers, right? Like, make a product, fabricate it, build it. And in that process, what it took for us to do, we had to convince the GC was the first person who was like, you guys are fucking crazy. We're not doing this. We're all losing money. The second one who said that was the sales team. They were like, you are going to go bankrupt. Nobody's going to buy this. This is insane. It doesn't exist. You're in New York City. This is not Argentina, whatever. You know, the investor. And then, so there was the team of the bank. Forget it. Like, it was really a big pitch. But then there was a team of the architects and us. And the investors were like, okay, well, we can see this. And then us having almost not a blind belief. You have to be optimistic, cautiously optimistic. And I think what we saw a way to do it is we're going to hyper focus. We're going to be super methodical about how we're going to attack all these problems that we see coming. We've all built and designed buildings before this one outside of Tank House. So it was an easy thing to try to imagine, but it really took humongous focus and persuasion within our own team to try to do something different, not to be successful, but just to be able to see the project through. That was the genesis of our company and all of the projects that came after. So there's a huge amount of reinvestment that you get from a first sort of successful attempt at anything. It is imperfect. We had to work. It took us 3 other projects to really make it right, but I think for us it was done.
I think one of the things you said about us creating new models of working is actually, there's some nuance to that. And so Assembly, the modular company I was running, was a venture-backed company. In a venture-backed world, you often adopt like the early Facebook phrase of like move fast and break things. In our world, you actually can't do that. Like it's just not an option, right? And so a lot of what these new models that we're trying to do, if you go to like the analogy of round peg in a square hole, what we're trying to do is like turn the round peg sideways so it fits through the square hole, like fits exactly the standard of care provisions, like it passes the sniff test of following the conventional model, but is different enough to actually achieve what we're doing. And I think that's one of the hardest dances is like, you actually cannot in this industry completely do a new model because like move fast and break things, the building will fall down, or the amount of dollars are just so big that you can't take on that big of a change. And I think that is one of the really hard things that I think everyone around this table has done in some way, shape, or form is like, you're sort of, you want to push the envelope, but you really have to understand what the envelope looks like first before you can find like the little hole that you can put it through on the right side. And I think that is where risk and innovation play, is like you have to understand risk really, 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 really well, and the structures really, really well to find almost like the loopholes that allow you to do something different, because there's so many people around the table, you know, lenders, investors, like there's so many people that can have veto rights that you have to be able to get them comfortable or like turn a blind eye while doing something completely different. And I think that that's just like the framework for doing anything different in this world, is finding the version of what you're doing that looks conventional to someone who doesn't necessarily care that it's different.
And to whom? Like the example I was thinking about relative to this coupling of multiple skill sets to create value, I was thinking about like, okay, how did we go all electric? And like the story there is we got a letter from NatGrid saying they were effectively having a like argument with the governor about about wanting to get a pipeline approved. So they sent letters to all developers in downtown Brooklyn being like, if you don't approve this pipeline, can't guarantee you service. So the question there for us as developers was like, okay, so if we don't have gas, what do we do? Right? Like that was kind of the generative thought there. So we studied all electric, and you know what? It turns out it's not that hard, right? Like all of the technology has been there for 40 years. It's a all electric boiler instead of a gas, and it's vertical heat pumps, which we use. And to an extent, like the innovation there, and you can understand it quickly as an architect who works with engineers on the technical side, the innovation was in the marketing and presentation of it as all electric and getting your equity partners on board. People in New York don't like gas stoves. And it's like, actually, right? So using your understanding of the market and how people want to live to kind of create value there. And, you know, at the end of the day, I think we saw when we like surveyed folks who are now living in the building, we had a green premium, right? Like 50 to 60% of people who moved in because of the sustainable nature of the quality of the building that they lived in. So like, again, ironically, like it is generative relative to different types of value.
And the next thing now is the law. You have to go all electric. So, you know, it's absolutely you. It makes total sense. It's better, it's safer, more comfortable.
So in terms of questioning parameters of the way one is supposed to practice as a way of de-risking, and I guess, you know, you all do this slightly differently, by taking on more than the role of just the traditional architect. You know, I'm kind of curious to hear specifically about your experiences in effectively the de-risking by taking on more risk and your experiences with that. You know, in as I've just started getting into this, I have found initially some pushback from, let's say, investors, but then embrace once they realize that there is actually a reduction in risk by having the people that actually know how to get things done and solve the issues that come up every day actually running the project. That's the sense that I'm getting, but I'm kind of curious about like the specific examples that maybe you have seen that by taking on more, is that in fact de-risking, or maybe some examples of that that you could talk about with the projects and the way that you guys have been working.
Yeah, we worked on a project a few years ago. It was actually the project that I showed that was in Philly with the kind of modified curtain wall, really window wall, and that was an interesting one because it was a project that was pretty large scale, a couple hundred apartments. It was a bigger project than we'd ever taken on as a builder. So we really were hired by the developer as an architect only at the outset. And they had Philly is a tricky market because the construction costs are pretty much the same as New York City, but the values you get out of rent and sales are far lower. So the cost margin is really, really slim. And so, you know, we had worked with the client before. We worked through a design, and he had his own in-house construction team, and they priced it, and it was about $6 million over budget at the time, which was probably about 10% higher. And he was just like, we can't do the project at this number. It's not going to work. The margins don't work. And so we worked with him and said, look, let us, you know, do what we do. Let us price the building for you. Give the pricing process over to us. His design team had already done that because we have our hands on the drawings. We control the drawings, so we can make modifications without sacrificing design that speak directly to each of the subcontractors that are constituting that cost. And so we did that, and one of the focuses was on that sort of curtain wall system. And we really came to understand through talking to each subcontractor, the glazing contractor, the framing contractor, all of those trades, and started to really understand where the cost was, and really could modify drawings in-house because we were both the architect, and in this case, we were newly charged by the developer to do the pricing process for them. So it helped us actually. It was interesting for us because you know, we had never done a project at that scale where we were the builder, and so it suggested ways in which we could partner with a larger construction team and become part of that construction team as the architect, but also as a partner in the construction aspect of it. So we were able to, in that process, you know, find that $6 million by really showing the owner and the contractors how, when you have control of the drawings and you can have the conversations directly with subcontractors, you can really hone the project in without sacrificing design in any way.
I think for us, you know, it will be, I think, again, how architects take on other roles to take on risk, to de-risk a situation. I think for us, it's essential that as architects, we have a different mindset when it comes to questioning preconceived notions of stability, security. And I think the question is, you know, what is it? I was just reading that. What is it worth to not take risks? When you are building housing in New York City, market housing in New York City, not taking risks means that you are building a commodity of which there's endless amount, and then the choice that people are going to make is based on either superficial things or useless things, amenities and finishes, or location. Location is something that is so finite that most projects will not be able to compete only on location. So for us, you know, taking on another role and thinking about this is more taking risk allows you, innovate rather, allows you to sort of de-risk a situation like that. And I think we've been in many situations where, you know, we are, and I'm sure you guys too, you know, you're in a situation where sales teams or brokers will sort of put the project in a place in the market that you don't believe is right, and you have to sort of take on that and go through the process of doing market research, and in the end convince the sales team or whatever that you think the project is there, and by you doing the work is kind of the only way it gets done that way. The counterpoint is that if that didn't happen, the project fails. For us, it's never like we make a bit less money or more money. It just doesn't happen. So we always have to put ourselves in the shoes of every one of the sort of positions of the project. And I think, just to be very honest, I was thinking about this yesterday, like there's also a level of risk that we cannot quantify. None of this is like a textbook that you think that you take this risk, you do this, and then you de-risk it, and then it's perfect and there's no risk. There is a huge amount of risk. And the truth is that for us, it comes down to the intangible belief that you're doing what you want to do, and that comes at a risk. And that one is just not easy to mitigate. I think you do the best you can, but inherently when you innovate and you do something different, there is a risk that you have to kind of live with and convince everybody that it's a reasonable one, but there isn't a solution for that one.
So I haven't operated as a developer builder since 2022. So that was the last thing we built. And then we've been consulting through the Emerge group since then. And what I realized last year and a half ago was that I was used to, and I like a certain pace, and I want to see a certain amount of impact and growth. And a lot of times when doing consulting, you're tying sort of your ability to scale, your ability to do larger projects on the progress of your clients. And so our clients deal with quite a lot of systemic issues that we're helping them mitigate, but that we still have to think of the Emerge Group as our own firm that we still have to grow. We still have to kind of make progress there. And so about a year and a half ago, I came to our team and I said, well, it's a very scary thing for me to say, but we're going to have to go back into planning, design, build. And in order for us to have that scale that we want, and that is a very scary thing for me, but I think it's something that I greatly miss. It's also something that I think that's where we're going to be able to, align with the right investors who see the vision of what we're trying to do, be able to move as much land as we need to move, develop as much infrastructure, because we work with a lot of Black farmers, land stewards, community development organizations, and we're sort of operating where we're moving acres, and it's like slow clips that we're moving those acres, and we want to be able to move large amounts of acres much faster. And we want to be able to build so that the folks that we're serving now on the client side can actually use that property, purchase some of that land off the speculative market so they have enough time to do their negotiations, to do their planning, to go raise the money. So they're not having to, oh my God, we need to go get the land and we got to go talk to the lender, but the lender won't give us the money. And then, and a lot of times they get stuck or mired in what is going to be natural for them to get stuck in order to acquire land and build on it for their communities. And so we're trying to figure out another way to unlock or remove some of those barriers to entry where they're not competing against a larger market in order to do that. And so in order to do that, we're reducing their risk and our risk by kind of facilitating with the right team and collaborators, putting it all under one roof and doing everything. So
that's what we're hearing a lot from, I think, everyone in different ways. So I think we need to open up the floor to questions if there are any questions.
Thank you for informing us students about like what goes on in risks, especially in the architecture career field. Kind of one of the questions I have in my mind, right? I heard a lot about architect, client, or owner architect risks. what are the risks of hiring an intern in a firm, right? Or even in a small firm, like what are the potential risks that occur when you hire a student that may not have that experience as an architect or designer, or even a graduating student who may have some knowledge of construction or the architecture field, but what are the potential risks or rewards that occur when you hire an intern?
I think this is true of all professional practices, and this happens in law firms as well. There are always junior people who need to be trained, right? So if you take an intern, you engage them, and you say, "Here, do this drawing," and then you don't review it, that's a problem, right? But there is an appropriate place for use of interns in architectural practice, appropriate place for use of law students in legal practice. It's like an apprenticeship. That's how you learn, is by doing something, right? But the supervising architects obviously have to look over your shoulder and make sure you're doing things correctly, train you. And then when you have more experience and you have a license, which, that's important. It's a licensed practice. You can't stamp and sign anything, right? As an intern or even somebody who's unlicensed, that's illegal. The same way a non-lawyer can't practice law. But I think there's risk, but that's the way you train the next generation, right? Is by letting people do under supervision. Always has to be under supervision.
Take this. Maybe I can address a different aspect. I think there's risk. Maybe there is hiring an intern. There's risk on both sides. There's risk for the intern. There's maybe some risk for the architect. I think the risk for the intern is potentially getting pigeonholed in the profession and getting put in a place where you're not able to grow and kind of see the overall process. Architecture is a tricky business because you start a project and it may not be completed for 6 years. And so as an intern, you may get just a little glimpse of it and not really understand where it fits and what it all means. I think in our office, it's so important because of the way we practice that the people really understand the whole process because otherwise you have no idea where it's going. So we really think transparency is important. So for new hires, we literally, when we get a new project, everyone in the office moves so that people that are on the project can all sit together. That includes the interns. And we think it's really important that there's not a door in our office. You can't close anything off so that when you're on a team, you hear everybody in conversation with consultants and contractors so that you're kind of learning by osmosis. We think that's really important, both for the intern and it's important for us because for us as the employer, one of the biggest risks is that you have people who aren't really invested in the process, don't understand, don't want to understand. The pigeonholing is both a risk for you and for the employer. So I think it's really important to be in a position where you're really exposed to the entire process all the way along.
Maybe I'll just piggyback on that really quick, and then I see a couple of hands. So I think it's a really important point you brought up because it also gets at aspects of education, learning, and just self-learning as well. I think you all have mentioned at some point basically going into things that new territory, except for maybe John, who kind of emerged fully formed and understood everything he was doing. But I guess that's that question. I just wanted to make maybe a really quick question around the table. Everyone doesn't have to answer it. But at what point did you feel like you knew what you were doing? And well, I suspect I know the answer will be, but if not, how do you manage that risk in itself? That you are all going in different ways into territory where perhaps you don't know what you're doing.
Sorry, can I jump? So go ahead, and then we'll have 2 more questions. Then we're going to take a quick break. So go ahead.
So, okay, that question alone. Okay. I mean, this conversation is very personal for me. I'm sure you can tell. I had to get to a point where I was willing to lose a lot of things, allow a lot of things to fall off of me. And the things that I thought I really, really needed to hang on to, even perceptions of myself, I had to let those things go. But that was also kind of a refiner's fire too. It wasn't like I was sitting there and okay, I'll just let these things go. I think through that refiner's fire, that kind of helped me just stand on my own and figure out exactly who I was and how I wanted to navigate this career. And then I think as far as when I felt like, okay, I feel like I have this, it's probably like right at the end of that process where it was like, yeah, this is kind of like what I'm going to be doing. And I'm going to take a lot of blows, but it won't feel like I did before. It's just the way I had to learn, I think. I'm a little bit kind of hard-headed. And so that's just the way it had to happen for me. So recently, I feel like I've been able to be like, I think I know what I'm doing. but I love to learn and super curious. So, and yeah.
I don't think we know what we're doing, to be honest. I think there's, and again, the other day, we're a small office. We all took a trip to Philly to see the new Herzog Museum, the Calder. And we're talking there. And I think one of the things that became, 3 hours driving each way. I think we are getting comfortable with putting a lot of work and trying to answer as many questions as possible, but also in a way, trusting the process and understanding that we don't fully know. We are comfortable. This is something that happens in every project. We go through the design process and about 50% DD, we all look at each other and say, this is a disaster. This project sucks. It's not going to work. What are we doing? And then in a month, from 50% DD on, everything clicks. And it's not just magic. It's just more work and answering questions and asking questions and just really trying to put yourself through a process that you think is logical, and obviously surround yourself with people who are super capable. But again, I think we're just starting to admit to ourselves that we're comfortable with not knowing. And one of the things that we thought at the beginning was Townhouse will only be successful if it's replicable. If we can do this for a long time, obviously we're not the Medicis, we don't have unlimited wealth. These projects have to be financially successful so we can do the next one. And we found the system for that to work with us, but that also entails the group of people working at the office being very comfortable with risk and finding ways to convince the people around us that the risk is limited, sometimes convincing them that it's more limited than it is, not in a manipulative way, but just through information and processes, etc. So I think we just need to be comfortable with risk, and really we do not know what we're doing.
I think. Oh wait, can I? So, yeah, I was just going to say that I think from two different perspectives in terms of knowing and not knowing. I think philosophically, I think architecture, it's important to not know. I think from a design perspective, knowing is a problem. I think, and gets in the way often. And then going back to, in a way, question about internships. On the other hand, when it comes to technical knowledge, and often I think interns and young people are looking for technical knowledge and know-how. I think it's a really important lesson to help young people understand that we never really know when a problem presents itself, a technical problem, a know-how problem presents itself. The people who've been doing this a long time, we still don't know. And really architecture is about being comfortable with not knowing and being comfortable with figuring out how you find answers, how you go about it, what that process is. That's what's really critical.
Can I add one thing? Yeah. A few years ago, we did like an Ask Me Anything sort of within the whole company. And one of the questions was like, half jokingly, Andrew, how do you know everything? Because when you're running a company, you kind of like pretend you have to put imposter syndrome aside. And one of the things that we actually did was I did a all teams meeting on just how to learn really quickly. And like, this was just like teaching people like tricks on how to Google really quickly. And like how, but there was something about it, which is we're doing something new. No one is going to know everything, but what we have to be really good at is learning really fast. And like, I didn't do it here, but inevitably in every single meeting, I am on my phone. ChatGPT is like my tutor at all times. And like, I am learning constantly. And I think like one of the things around like this, do you know like are you sort of like hit that point. It happens in the moments where you realize, oh shit, I didn't know. And then it like cumulatively builds. And if you have like these little tricks of like, okay, like this is how you structure a Google query to get the information really quick. Like you can give off the sense that you do know, but you're actually like just really quick at acquiring knowledge real time to keep the conversation going.
So thank you all. I am 2 months into my development career after 25 years of an architect, so this is a very well-timed conversation for me. I'd love coffee with all of you. Andrew, you were talking about in other industries where you can move fast and break things. Architecture can't. Those industries also are built upon a culture of open source and sharing and incrementalism outside of yourself. So I'm curious, sort of amongst this group and within the development industry, how do you decide or build a framework where people can build on your successes? How did you get your Douglas Elliman team to say yes to 144 Vanderbilt? How does that move so everyone doesn't have to fight the same fight every time without giving up whatever your competitive advantage is, but knowing that ultimately you might be able to move the industry more progressively quickly by sharing?
So the question is, how do we create a process of sharing so
It's like, how does it either go on now, or what would you be willing to give up from your competitive advantage to allow broader tech transfer, to use that term, to other people who maybe aren't quite so sophisticated to do it the first time, but could be the second or third person. But right now, there's no way to be second or third because you have to fight all the fights over and over again.
I mean, for us, it's simple. We're willing to lose everything because we just don't think we have anything. I think we don't have a competitive advantage. I think we have common sense, understanding that we thought we found a bit of a niche in the market of well-designed homes within the infrastructure of dense buildings. And I think that there's so much need for so much housing specific to what we do that even if everybody in this room is doing as much as we can, we're still going to have a problem. So we don't have any problem on sharing. We don't think this is about competition. I think it's about, in a very aspirational way, raising the bar of building good housing, which I think is the one thing that in New York City has been out of balance. I think you can say that New York maybe, quote unquote, perfected the old office building pre-COVID, and we can talk about what happened with the office building now, but housing in New York is badly underperforming to other places in the world, and it doesn't have to be expensive, it doesn't have to be high-end, it doesn't have to be unaffordable. So in our experience, there's no issue on sharing at all. Like, I think it's just, being open, knocking on doors, calling people. That's what we do.
Can I add to that? 100%. Like, if you have a rising tides lifts all boats mentality, it means that like 100% of my information I will share with you. And like, John knows my old general counsel, and he would kick me under the table because I wouldn't have people sign NDAs, because my philosophy was, if you can do what we can do from sending a document, then we don't have a business, right? Like it was basically the philosophy that, like, in order for us to actually be successful, the industry needs to move in a direction where those arrows don't look like those arrows. Like, we actually are changing an industry, and us holding back our chassis, drawings is not going to actually solve the biggest problem, which is necessary to fix in order to get to a successful place, right? And so, like, if you adopt, in my mind, like an oversharing, over transparency, if your goal is to move an industry, like, that's, I think, the only way that you're going to do it.
It requires a complete mindset shift, and that's simply just, conventional developers do not think that way. They just don't, right? There's the competitive advantage. I have my little fiefdom, and that's my territory, and I got to make a project that's better than everybody else's. That's just not, that this is completely opposite to what you were saying. So there really does need to be a mindset shift. I mean, even looking at the Forest City Modular Company, right? We patented items of design that were unique, that allowed that high-rise modular building to be built. right? You patent things so that somebody else can't use them, right? So that's the opposite of what you were talking about. And that's because that's what most developers want to do is they want to protect their competitive advantage. They want to win. They want to beat the other developers at that game.
Hello. This is kind of an observation, but I noticed that when we're talking about risk, we're often talking about mitigating, avoiding. And if we were in a room full of financiers, we'd be talking about pricing risk. And from my experience, I think architects don't do a very good job of asking themselves that question and fighting for that. I'm just curious if anyone is doing that, and what strategies or tactics do they use?
I mean, traditional architecture has no real way of pricing anything. I mean, you have the back of an envelope, and that's really what you have. The more what's become the more standard practice, at least in New York and bigger cities, is to have a construction management process where you bring in a construction manager early, and they help with early pricing. In our experience, even that isn't worth that much, because really what determines the cost of a project are the trades, the actual specific trades, the plumber, the electrician, the concrete person. And that's why we get really involved early on with the actual trades, because that's how you actually figure out what something's going to cost. And so unfortunately, the tricky part is you have to, in order to get that real costing, you have to do that before you've designed the project. So how do you do that? So that's what we focus our practice on. So,
but as an architect, if you're pursuing something that's innovative, there's a lot of risk involved with that. But are your basically your design service contracts pricing that in? Or another example, I'll just use some personal experience. Working for a client who had a reputation for stiffing architects with the final payment, and generally you would, if you are risk averse, you would walk away. You wouldn't take on that project. But sometimes, you see the upside of working with this developer, for example, because of the profile of the project. So, in the situation that I'm thinking of, you couldn't really argue for like a higher design fee because this developer has a poor reputation for paying architects. But what we did do was we kind of restructured our payment schedule. So we kind of front loaded it so that knowing that you're going to get stiffed at the end. So at the end of the day, we priced in the value, we priced that cost in to the value of our services on the front end of the project.
I think I love the way you're thinking, and I think it's the right way to think about it, with one little sort of like caveat. When you think about the broad industry of architecture, from the developer's perspective, if you are not at the starchitect level, there is a easy replacement to just, go to the next one, go to the next one, go to the next one. And so there is, in effect, like a market price. And so the ability for an architect to adjust their price to take on their assessment of risk, it might just not meet the market. And then because they can move, the developer can go to another architect and get similar services, like that makes it very difficult. And that's actually one of the, I think, biggest reasons why architects have sort of like the perception is that their industry is getting squeezed and squeezed and squeezed, because it is a race to the bottom on a lot of fees just because there are so many alternatives. It's a similar like perspective to housing in New York City. You don't have to build great housing. It's going to sell. Like, okay. And that race to the bottom creates a lot of pressure that you can't do something out of the ordinary.
So we need to wrap up, but this kind of like touches a little bit on, I'm not quite sure how to say it, but like maybe an event for next year, which is about this, how to handle this race to the bottom. I know this is literally Ryan's business, is dealing with this and pricing for it. And we don't price for the risk that we take and the value that we bring, which is a problem that we have to deal with. I mean, we already had an event on the value of architects, but I think we got to dig deeper into that. And we have to sort of ask ourselves the hard questions in order to address that. And this also involves the whole AIA monopoly thing. Like, there's a whole bunch of things that are super interesting that maybe we'll talk about next year. But I think it's like a great question. Now we're going to take a quick break, and panel 3 is kind of a wrap up discussion with the panelists that are willing to stick around. And I think we've got a lot of questions that we didn't quite get to that hopefully we can get to. So I just want to thank everyone for staying here on a Saturday. I want to thank all the panelists for this discussion. Those of you who haven't had enough, stick around for our final wrap up. I've got a whole list of questions I didn't get to. I am sure that Robert and Jacob has, and Ryan, I see him taking notes. So we'll see you all in about 5 minutes. Okay, we've gone really over. Thank you all.
Take out how many people we have on the panel. Grab us around the table. Just expand it. I'm going to bring people in from here.
All right, we're going to get started on our final panel. Feel free to move a little closer. This will be more of a conversation both ways. Any of the panelists who are participating, please take your seats.
Everybody, if you're farther away, you should all. This is like, at the end of I don't know, the end of crits or something. You all sit around in a circle and you talk about it together. Like, this is not just us asking questions. This is everybody in the audience. So you don't have to, but I would encourage you to move forward, because then we can all kind of fill in the middle. There's seats here. There's seats there. Anyhow, or you're just gonna stay where you are. That's fine too. All right.
I know, I like it. Both sides.
Yeah. Yeah.
The circle of trust.
Yes, there is.
Right.
You will see right in here.
You need
to expand the radius. Yeah.
Because we did order a larger table.
Yeah, the larger table didn't come. All right, pick it up.
These guys have folders full of questions. You've got two of them on each folder.
I had something that popped into my mind. Yeah, I'll talk loud. Okay, is this loud enough? It seems like a consistent thing that kept coming up was this idea that risk. There's this risk of not taking risks, and that one strategy for dealing with it is to lean into it and to actually sort of embrace it, and to, in a way, have a higher standard of care. To say, okay, there's all these risks, and one way to deal with it is to work harder, basically, to be more vigilant, to do more, to make sure that you are able to, as an entity, as your firm or your whatever entity you're in, can handle that risk. And it's sort of, that's a way of risk mitigation, is leaning into it and working harder in a way, but that's a cost. So I'm just wondering, how can that be incorporated into how we provide our services as architects? I'm coming at, so inside practice is more conventional practice where you charge fees. We're professional service providers. We have ways of charging that are essentially for our services. And that, going back to that kind of race to the bottom, it's, there's a kind of a market for our services that people generally, even though the AIA doesn't allow us to, talk about our fees, there's a general idea of what architects charge. So if you suddenly are saying, okay, I need to charge more because I'm going to, lean into this risk, is there some model that can work for that? Because it seems like it's a little bit binary in that there's this. The second panel is, some of you have found other models to provide, to build in the world, and that is leaning into the risk in a way that makes perfect sense because you're owning it. You're literally owning it, and so you own the risk, but you also own the reward because of that. But as a professional, you don't. So you are a line item on the spreadsheet. So I'm just wondering if there's an in between, a different model.
So maybe this is a great one for you. I mean, I would say that for one, our cost is often a rounding error, just in the general scheme of things, which is a problem. But
I think that's really very interesting, and it was really good hearing Josh earlier speak about the kind of the math behind how much we're paying the team and knowing the multipliers. And for a large practice, that tends to be quite well calculated of how much resource is going to be used, what a particular a specific profit margin, and then that's kind of becomes something intellectual that you can use to negotiate with certain prospects and clients. On the other side of it, on small practice, there tends to be a whole load more of, I don't know what's happening. There isn't, I think the biggest risk with fees for smaller practices is that there's no marketing and there's no selling happening. And there isn't any understanding of how much resource is going to be put into a practice. And often we are very reactive with the way that we're trying to find work. So clients have often already made up a lot of decisions, and the architect was never invited to the kind of higher level strategic conversations. They've just been, they've sat down with their lawyers and the finance people, and they've kind of defined, here's what we need, and then they've already prescribed a little box, and Mr. Architect, you've got to fit your services into that. That's very risky for us as architects to be participating in. A savvy salesperson or marketeer will be way more proactive in understanding what the risks of the client are, understanding their business models, their business case, and they're already having conversations before that kind of RFP has been created. And so when I work with a lot of practices, we find different ways for them to be entering in upstream as far as possible with clients, understanding their world, understanding what's valuable to them, and also being able to talk their language and also being able to talk language of money, and then be able to position architecture as a business service or an advisory service or a consultation. And we can get quite creative with this. So we don't have to be in the kind of traditional architecture services, but things that we do as architects, feasibility, viability reports, we can kind of slice these pieces off and be governing or leading strategic conversations with clients. It's very valuable. I get a really good example of this is a firm in London called Bryden Wood. And they started off with kind of computer-aided manufacture, really good computational tools for analysis of problems. And they kind of go into a firm. They tend to work nowadays with kind of very high process-driven organizations, pharmaceutical companies, airport infrastructure, things like this. And they started off just by doing really good audits and analysis of problems for certain clients. They weren't even talking about architecture. And their ability to analyze a problem very well and articulate it very well and use their computational tools was so valuable for these sorts of high process-driven clients that when I went and visited them, they had a floor of client reps in their business. So you had someone from BAA, the airport infrastructure team. They had somebody from GlaxoSmithKline sat there. And the business found it so useful, these other companies, their clients, they found it so useful to actually just bring a problem to the architect and have the architect think about it and analyze it. And maybe 3 or 4 times out of 10, then it goes into the production of a physical asset or some architectural work. So that's on a kind of larger scale, but the kind of concept of us giving ourselves permission to engage with these conversations as far upstream and getting kind of obsessed with the client and their world, their vocabulary, this starts to change, gives us a little bit more kind of opportunity than just at this race to the bottom.
We employ a strategy. It's not as sophisticated. And I'll also say it's difficult to know how to get it started. All I can say is that we were lucky to get it started. And once you get it started, you can bring the future client to meet the previous client, and they can advocate for the advantages of it and so forth, and that begins to kind of snowball. But on our more ambitious projects, we convince the clients to engage us in a thinking phase. And that's a separately paid thing. It's not part of the normal architectural services. So first, it is another income stream. It's not a big one, but it's something that allows us to very clearly identify what the project's positions will be with the owner. And in some ways, it sets up the foundation for how we're going to push boundaries collectively. And then we find that when we carry that into the design process is far more efficient. So the inefficiencies you normally would attribute to R&D or risk or whatever are then to some degree removed from the equation. But it also, there's a fairness in that when you go into the design, now the client they've got the tools to articulate what you're putting before them, why it does or doesn't meet their objectives. I don't know why I'm staring at you. I just said that. There's always someone right to my right for some reason. Okay, good. But the other thing that protects us is it also allows us to hold a client to accountable. Because if we've collectively agreed this is the ambition, I keep talking about issue position, like these are the positions we've taken, and we put something before them, and they say, well, I don't like it, or I don't, and we're like, okay, but it literally embodies what we've agreed this should do. That sounds like actually we've just uncovered that there is a lack of clarity on your part, and if we have to redesign, this is a great tool for us to stand up and say, well, that's not on us. We redesign when we put something before you and you say, that's not what we agreed for these reasons. That's when we redesign. When this happens, you pay us. So all of those are ways to in a way, to push the level of ambition and cover yourself economically.
You talked about maybe more work up front, but I would actually argue, to your point, it's less work up front, but better work up front. That we need to be very precise with our work up front. That if we're talking about a design, that we're pretty precise as we describe that design, to the point where if it changes, that's a change. That's a change order. That we need to get better at, to be honest, from my point of view, not specifications, but a narrative. That there's a story we can tell with words about our project well before you write the specifications that can get you 95% there, just describing the assemblies of a building, the big parts. We know what they're going to, where we're leading with the design. The client now knows what they're getting into. Love to see us do less work but better work up front.
I mean, one thing that I'm seeing in the work I've been doing and also just hearing is that there is a lot of value in a lot of this early strategic work that we kind of do all the time and don't really value. I mean, that's what the big consulting firms do, right? I'm pretty sure we've talked about this. It's incredibly valuable, and that literally can make a developer, a client, or if you're doing it yourselves, I mean, that's almost the make or break moment right then and there. And I think that's something that we need to take on a little bit more collectively. Yes, we can talk about fees. We can't agree to charge the same amount, but we can talk about fees. And I do think we should do an event on this, because that's part of the reason why we are in the hole that we are in, is that everyone's afraid to talk about fees. But the value that we bring is tremendous. And I think, having just starting to learn how to run these financial models from a development standpoint, and there is a lot of flexibility in how you can put those budgets together. It doesn't have to be just one number. Like, that early stage work is so valuable and it should be paid for. And that could almost, be more than the design value fees, because it's like, there's so much value in that, but there's a lot of flexibility in that. It doesn't have to be just one way. And we can also push back against those kind of set criteria, there is no reason a fee needs to be a certain amount. It is really a rounding error in the greater scheme of things.
I would also suggest thinking about other ways of being compensated for your services beyond fees, right? Like an example might be sweating in your fee early on. There is a value to a developer relative to ASRs and all these things on the back end that upfront would create credibility and create partnership, but also create exposure relative to the upside of equity within development. And as an example, like our contractor sweat in their pre-development fees, and they are now an equity partner. So there's like real there. And it's another way of thinking about compensation outside of just traditional fee structure. There's lots of different ones.
That's really great. I mean, that's just kind of getting creative with the way that your fees are set. We've got a client at the moment, and her business is very well run. She's got a little bit of space to be able to take some risks. She negotiates with a lot of her developer clients a bonus per unit on planning approvals. So she kind of negotiates a base rate that kind of covers all her overheads, and then the developers love it as well because it helps with their cash flow. It's a little bit of a risk for her, and there's been some, holding your breath at times. But on many occasions, she's come away with 2.5 times more than the regular fee that she would have been able to get if she had just, put it in as a straight fee. So being able to have calculated risks, and again, the story I gave of Jo Cowan, she restructured her entire kind of business working with developers because she understood where the risk points were for them, and structured her business in a way where she was kind of comfortable taking some risk. And great, you can either get a bit of equity slice in the projects at the end of the day, or just an uptick in the projects. From my experience, I speak to so many architects, and this late payment is always happening with developers, and it's clumpy money. So why not just preempt it and turn it into a different fee? If you want me to, if you pay me all up front, then it's going to be cheaper. If you pay me on the milestones when your money's coming in, it's going to be more expensive because I'm now sharing in some of the risk.
Speaking as I worked as an architect for 15 or 16 years, and now I run a small development firm. And I think part of the reason I did that is I was personally frustrated with architects not having enough visibility into the process. And I think there has to be a way for architects to not be just consultants. I think there has to be a way to move away from that position of just being consultants and compensated for work that clearly is the most valuable work in a project. At Tannhaus, all of us being architects, we all do that feasibility work, which is no question the most valuable in terms of make or break a project. So clearly there's value on early work. Clearly architects are the only ones equipped to be able to do that work. And I think for architects to not be treated unfairly, I will say but it's more you guys you had to try to move away from the position of just being architects and consultants. I think Jennifer's example because in the end for us, we've been very lucky. We work with one team or two. We are partners. We treat each other as partners. They are critical to the process. Without them, there's no Tannhaus, there's no projects. I think there has to be a situation where you are actually treated as partners. And the way to do that is to say, okay, well, I will seek some of the benefit and the upside, and I will take some of the risk. Because you can't have one without the other, and also I think that there's this mystique, there's this almost unknown number of things that developers know that architects don't. There's not just such a thing. There are 3 things. There's financing, there's construction costs, there are entitlements. I think architects will do ourselves a favor if you were just cross the line of just architects and try to understand a bit of the language and the issues that developers work with, because that will put you in a better situation to negotiate better and to have more agency into the process and to say, no, I don't agree with that. That's not the case. Or I can, as an architect, think of a much more creative way to finance a project. In the end, all of these issues come down to creativity, and I think architects are the most equipped to solve any issue if you're given a chance or claim the chance. So I think it's more about moving away from, if you don't want to be treated as a consultant, just move away from being just a consultant.
Yeah, I was just going to say, piggybacking on that, though, I think it's making me realize it's probably important to acknowledge in the context of today that there's a whole other category of, I'd say, like spatial product delivery companies, right? Which are also examples of spatial designers. We could call them architects or not. I don't know, but they're working in companies that deliver large volumes of space, which is also another model which is worth discussing when it comes to agency, to risk, to the role of a spatial designer. Examples, what I mean by that specifically, everything from like WeWork at a period of time was doing stuff like that to actually, I think, a really amazing example is like Disney. If you want to look at companies that are fully vertically integrated spatial delivery or companies where you do have all the players at the table from the very beginning, and you wouldn't even think about designing a space or a building without having the trash collection team at the table and without having the kind of AV team at the table and Imagineers. Like that is a very, I think, also a viable model for spatial product delivery, which actually we're not really talking about today. And I think that's okay, but I think we want to plant that there because there are also other ways that are actually start to kind of poke away at the question of like, what does it mean to be an architect? And that's where we get into these disciplinary questions and professional questions, which I think is a segue into my question, which is like, we're in the AIA, we're assuming a certain particular definition of an architect as a licensed professional with professional status, which, let's be honest, I always try to remind folks of this, that the idea of a professional architect is barely 150 years old, right? We have had buildings and people who design and deliver buildings for thousands of years, but we all talk about this as if the idea of a licensed architect is being something that's inevitable when it's not, right? I think I encourage in these conversations not assume that the default model is actually a consultancy that's licensed, that is working fee for services, right? So let's put that aside. But like with that, I want to expand with just a question to take this maybe a little, expand the conversation. A number, if not all of you, have done some amount of work outside the United States or have experience with projects outside the United States. It's almost become, it's just a cliche to say that architectural practice, building design in the US is very much defined by liability, and this is an architecture of liability, right? In the United States in particular. I'm curious, for those of you who have experience outside the US, is that actually true, right? Is it actually that bad here or that challenging here? If so, so be it. But actually, are we that unique in the United States, or is there, is it more nuanced than that? Maybe I'll put that out to anyone of you who I know who have done projects all over the world.
I'll say yes. Like I would prefer somebody else expanding, and then I can talk. You're not on the hook for the whole answer. So. No, I think 100%. If you think the way an architect will build a building in Argentina, you do not have a signage consultant, or for that case, a structural engineer that will do anything other than 3 drawings. Architects will know how to dimension a beam and how much rebar and how much, you do need to know those things. And I think that comes down to liability. Architects have a lot more ownership and agency and liability building buildings in other places where the profession, I think personally, is a lot more respected. And there's a different relationship between client and architect. I think here it is commoditized to the extreme. But the answer, I think, is in my experience, yes.
I was going to say the same thing. Is that because this is a litigious environment, it also means that as I was saying earlier, the consultants that we have are far more prepared to push boundaries than the people that we're engaging in other countries.
I think that's quite an interesting one, as I'm sort of learning the American landscape and the kind of more hyper litigious environment where, we have a stereotype of Americans of like, you do something wrong, it's like, sue them. Whereas in Europe, perhaps it's more collegiate. Europe has its own issues, different sorts of issues. I was talking with Patrick Schumacher the other day of Zaha Hadid Architects, and he was saying how that the way that their firm has grown so rapidly over the last few years would have been very difficult to do in the US, or to even do in kind of Western Europe, just because of the amount of how litigious, how conservative, how many regulations there are, and just the kind of sheer amount of volume of work that they can do and how fast they can do projects when they're working in the Middle East or China or somewhere which is more of an emerging market. And I'm sure you guys have had kind of similar sorts of experiences, that there's just a lot less to deal with, that things are more centralized, and it's on the other side it's a bit more Wild West, but there is a pace, and it's kind of very advantageous to architectural business.
I think there has to be a bit of a taking responsibility for the way things are being done, and I think it comes from education as well. I think that the way in which architects or architectural students come out of graduate school in the US, I think it's different than in other countries. And I think maybe, I don't know which one is, chicken and the egg, right? Where because architects won't have the opportunity to take, like in your example, you guys are taking on a lot of things. I think for most architects who won't be in that position, they might be the thinking, well, there's a lack of need for architecture students to be prepared in a way to take on things that they will never take. Therefore, the profession gets more and more and more stratified. The question is, what is an architect doing?
That was going to be my actually a follow-up on that right now. And then that was the other question I had from throughout the day, which I'd like to put out, and you already started to get into it, is almost many of you, if not all of you, have been involved in education in some form or other. In the context specifically of risk, what would you want to see schools educating graduates from schools having? What body of knowledge would you like to see them have that you perhaps don't see them coming out of schools with now, that would prepare them to take on the types of risks that we talked about today?
More self-criticality. Some self-criticality.
I mean, I have a very, biased answer, which is that, there have been a growth in design build programs in the country, but still not enough. I think there's still this, sense in architecture school. It's about me and creating my own vision and my own, as opposed to, I think, really trying to understand problem solving and understanding some of the real world applications of things. And I think there's just not enough balance. And I think in architecture schools, and sort of getting both sides of the coin so that people can take on, more responsibility, more ownership. So.
Constructive about students getting more information and better education about things that are not touching. They can all go back to doing whatever abstraction, whatever it is they want to do, but I think getting more information and access to more is never going to be destructive. I think.
Right. Take classes outside of the School of Architecture, I'd say, for one. A couple of my best classes in school were in real estate development, where I learned that, in fact, an architect was a line item. Oh, it hurt.
And a small one. I would say it's the siloing of the way that one is taught, but it's also what we're seeing professionally, right? It's that siloing that kind of commoditizes what we do, and I think a lot of you that we've heard from today are also trying to break those or trying to find other ways to do that. One of the things that's kind of I keep thinking about with Charlie's, with you guys seem very fluid with sort of sometimes when you take on certain things and don't, which is a little different from a lot of the other firms that maybe do things a certain way. I'm very curious about that. It's like there's decisions made to engage in certain ways and not others, and that's kind of is it as fluid as it seems, or is it just kind of depends on how the project comes, or how does that work?
I think it's pretty fluid. I think the first panel talked a lot about sort of this initial sort of evaluation of whether or not to take on projects, and that being a very kind of deliberate process. And I think in our firm it's similar. There's 5 principles, and when there's a possible new project coming in the door, we all talk about it, and we often disagree, but we ultimately find consensus. But usually the thing that unites us is really wanting. Finding projects that somehow have the ability to innovate and create, and for us it can be anything. We do a lot of playgrounds, for instance, because we find it's a really fascinating, making outdoor space for kids and trying to think about how kids can learn in a kind of in a less structured way than say a school it's just a really fascinating problem to us. And so we have found consensus amongst the principals that this is a really interesting endeavor. So it's very fluid, but it's also at the same time a conversation that always happens and it is deliberate on some level. So,
does anyone else take a check? Anyone have questions from larger circle?
My question is more for the architect developer group here because that's the pool that I also swim in. I feel like the main argument for that, when you think about the diagram of the owner, architect, builder, as an architect trying to take on the owner's role, there's a lot to be gained in terms of profit. The pie that is the profit of any particular project is probably biggest in the owner circle. For the architect to have access to that is great. I'd say the other main benefit is that you have a more nuanced control of the builder as both the designer and the one that pays their bills. So I think there's a lot of benefit to that. I think the one thing that we really struggle as architects is access to capital. That's what classically the owners provide in a developer type project. And I'm wondering if you guys have any suggestions or ways, because I feel like that's one thing that really limits architects access to this route to push the profession forward, to get a bigger piece of the profit pie.
I mean, that's completely right. Access to capital. I think it also depends on scale. Do you have a friend in private equity, right? Like a lot of, no, and I mean that so truly, literally, like so much of it is building relationships and building trust with others. And there is capital out there. It is about creating avenues to it. And at the small scale, it is like, right? I think that's really true. At the larger scale, and it compounds, right? So we have access to capital that we didn't have in our last project because we have demonstrated success, and that was built on the project before that and the project before that. But it takes getting a foot in the door.
No, I agree. I think it's we are we came to development as my business partner Sam. He came from construction. I came from architecture. We didn't come from capital, from venture capital. We don't have any money. And it really is just building relationships and, being really lucky sometimes to be able to build relationships. And like Jennifer said, you sort of start small. And then once you can prove that you can buy and close, build and stick to a budget and finance and pay back a loan and give money back to investors. Once you do that cycle, it gets a little bit easier. But I think there isn't a recipe. And I think unless if the decision is to go from architecture to development and that's the path, it might be helpful to work in the development environment without being an owner, only because it will save you about 7 to 10 years of pure pain and money losing and no income and sleepless nights. So I think that was our case. We didn't work for developers, and we're still trying to figure it out. So I think it's either get into the discipline, work with other developers, and development is hustling, and you have to try to not be shy and try to be as social as you can and ask questions and go everywhere, because in the end it's just networking. And I will say one thing. I hope the decision to go from architecture to development is not only based on financial reward, because I'll assure you that 90% of the work sucks. So you have to have another conviction. It has to be part of something else that you're trying to achieve, because it is not glamorous. And personally, there's a lot to miss from working as an architect. So you have to make sure that there's a lot of other compensations in the switch that will make it worthwhile.
Having just spent the last year kind of dealing with this, it's a catch-22. What I've found, and in pitching investors and talking to lenders, interestingly enough, yes, there's lots of money out there. I found if you meet the right people, then those things happen. So I found, for example, lenders that bought into the idea of an architect-led development company. And then it's a question of finding investors that are into that. And those are, and for me personally right now, that's the key thing. Like I've found a project, put it together. In the scheme of things, not that big, but in other schemes, it's huge, $40, $50 million. But being able to find the right people and have those relationships is actually the key thing. I have no doubt now about the ability to find the value and provide those returns to those investors. Is just sort of bringing the right groups and or teams together. But it's a catch-22 until you've done it. Like if you haven't done it, it's very hard to get it. Once you've done it, then they throw it at you. It's sort of annoying and ridiculous and
I wish that's not, but it's true. It is true. Like with architecture, right? Like how hard was it to get your first project, and how hard was it to get your 10th project, right? You were looking like you were just grabbing.
No. It's a rhetorical question. It's obviously, it gets so much easier each time. I wish it was easy, right? But it gets easier.
I might say a little bit, just having worked with a number of architect developers and the way that I've seen them raising money. And there's just two ways really. One is it's your own money. You've inherited it. You've been very diligent with how you run your architecture practice, put profits away, and then you invest into something small. The example I gave of Marina, a lot of all the money she's raised has all been personal. Her and her family, they've been very, very diligent, prudent, financially frugal, put money away, and then took some risks with it. And that money has grown. They've taken it out, and they've just kind of gone again and again and again and again. And now she's in a position where other developers are very impressed with what she's doing. So she's now putting her money into smaller bits of money into their bigger projects, and it's kind of scaling up. We have another client who's Chilean. He's based down in Miami, and he is there's a kind of niche here of Chilean people wanting to take their money out of an unstable economy and sticking it into somewhere very stable. And so him and I, on many occasions, we have literally gone on LinkedIn. He's got some ideas of the sorts of people that who are wealthy in Chile, and we pull them up on LinkedIn, find out everything we can about them, chat GPT it, get on the phone, and that's it. And he organizes trips. He goes out to Chile. He meets all of these people, explains what he's doing, explains the proposition. They're doing high-end residential properties on the waterfront, or $10 million. He's got a good track record. They've built a few of these. It's kind of just as mechanical and thoughtful of that, just identifying where is the wealth and starting a conversation. And it's there's a lot of grind to it, but ultimately money comes from asking for it.
There's also a lot of trust in architects, which is interesting, and it's something that I've seen a little bit in my role on the advocacy committee here, talking to politicians, and I think that there is some leverage to that with moving into the design and development space, and I've kind of started to see that in talking to investors and lenders and others involved, and I think there's a lot there, because we're not sort of seen as trying to extract the last penny from someone who's kicking and screaming, and so there's something to that as well. And I think it's about finding the right people and telling that story, and that's something I think we should all be aware of and do.
Any other questions from this side of the room? I saw a few hands that got up.
This question is on procurement strategy. When I say procurement, I mean stuff. So building materials, building systems. I think there's a couple of challenges. On one hand, we're seeing prices go through the roof, right? We had the response to COVID with it and the challenges with supply chain around COVID. And then now we're seeing tariffs. Things are just continually going up. And I think there's a second challenge which is like, how do we actually take the innovative solutions that we want to see in the world in terms of low carbon materials, healthier materials, decarbonization,
I think we in AEC really suck at like taking things from R&D through the valley of death to market deployment. I think our system is broken. And so I'm really interested in procurement strategy and alternative models of how do we buy things and how do we deploy that in our portfolios potentially at scale. I think the building by building approach to procurement isn't helping, especially with the decarbonization progress. And as Ben knows, for example, I used to work at Neighbor, and one of the things that we were doing was trying to make contracts for multiple projects, like 10 buildings instead of one building. Vendors would say, you give me 10 buildings, I'm going to knock 20% off the price. And that's just one idea, right? There's probably a bunch of other ideas out there. And I'm just kind of curious to hear from the group, or frankly, from anybody in the room, what are the thoughts around how can we innovate on the procurement side?
We've had a lot of success on several recent ambitious enclosures of not doing a prescriptive tender, but acting like we're going to. So we're engineering the whole thing, and then sort of separating it out into pieces and letting individual pieces. So we're not buying a system where they can hide money and they're going to buy cheap glass or they're going to whatever. We're kind of letting each piece out independently, and working with an owner that's willing to purchase these things individually and then novate them to the final facade subcontractor, for example. And what we found is that it exposes where people are hiding money. And that's been one for us. We tend to really be focused on facades like this, so it's become a very intentional avenue for us.
One other question. I guess for those architects who are looking to move towards development, one question I have is, I guess the age-old concern that a lot of people with money might have, that architects are just going to spend their money without thinking about it, i.e. they're not necessarily so good with money. I mean, unless you've of course already had a track record. I think some of the the architects here have built a successful development and be able to show that they can expose the hidden money or whatever it is. But I think young architects starting to get into that world, have anybody here faced that where they're trying to cross that bridge? I mean, I personally, when I finished architecture school, my parents bought a cookie cutter house. When I asked them why they didn't ask their kid to help design their house, they said, well, you just would have spent all kinds of money. Just curious what you guys think about that. Not the house.
I think architects are uniquely talented to be methodical and curate information and make argument. So I think the challenge there will be to show whoever's claiming that you're going to spend money in a mysterious way, just to learn how the resources are allocated on whatever you're working. And I think that's a very easy argument to make. I still happen to think that architects are one of the most perfectly trained professionals for a multiple of jobs. I think we can do anything, unlike other professionals, and it will be easy to make an argument if you know what the issue is. So I think it's more about identifying the issue and systematically being able to give a response that is unquestionable.
Also, if you're developing your own project and you're spending more money than you have, you're shooting yourself in the foot. And for me, I found it's a different way. It's a very different way of looking at a project, and it's interesting and refreshing and challenging. But it's a different way of looking at it, and in a way, it makes you much more strategic, and in how you do something and how you spend that money. But if you're really sort of addressing both sides, you have to. I mean, you can't just let it all go, otherwise it's going to fail.
And investors and construction lenders have a way of imposing a lot of discipline on projects. So even if you wanted to go spend money,
and I will make the distinction. We are developers who work with architects. We don't do our own architecture, so we are constantly in that situation of. We actually think that the tension is super healthy. Tension between architects who are going to fight for the things that are interesting to them, which obviously are going to be good for the project, and us having to hold certain vision or deal with other things that maybe the architects don't know at that moment. So there's a tension, and there's maybe not an alignment, which I think makes our project successful. But again, we've never been in a situation where the architects we work with are not able to articulate why they think something is really valuable. Because if it's something really valuable, 99% chances we're also going to think that it's very valuable if the argument is made, right?
Well, I think we can continue this conversation. We have about a half an hour until they kick us out of this place. A little less. 20 minutes. We have a little bit of wine, so 20 minutes. And I think it'd be a great time to mingle a little bit. And I just wanted to thank all of you for participating, some of you at last minute. And I think it's been a fantastic conversation. There's an event on Thursday. What's the name?
Thursday, there's the Incorporating Architects book launch here and lecture. That'll be interesting. And again, there'll be other events too. We're doing it through the Center for Architecture with the Future of Practice Committee. Encourage everyone to follow and join us for future events. I saw some other questions too. We'll have a chance to discuss as a group after. That's why we're going to break now. But thank you again, everyone. Robert, thank you so much for organizing this, taking the leading role, and thank you to our participants. So with that, let's break.
Yeah.